We're gonna be checking out Vintage Story. Now, the thing is, I have not played this game before, and I've only got like the basic idea of what it is. I haven't really spoiled myself in seeing much of it or anything like that. With that said, what Vintage Story is, to my understanding, is while it appears to look like Minecraft, I have been very much told that this has very little to do with Minecraft, that they are very, very different games. That there's like eldritch horrors and the depth of the survival mechanics are extremely more. I've also been told that like it is a very challenging game, and that is not necessarily the most intuitive game. So those are things I've got here. Now, I do have the stuff pinned on the Twitch side here that says, no backseating, no spoilers, let me struggle, let me fail, losing is fun, all that good stuff. Um, so please, it's cool if you want to have conversations, obviously, about the game, but just be mindful this is my first time playing it, and part of the fun is figuring things out. And if you just skip to the end and tell me how to do things, it kind of ruins the game. So, be along for the ride as I figure it out and fail and, watch me struggle to make a basic tool for a little while and all that kind of nonsense. Now, with that said, I'm also saying that out loud for purposes of when people watch the VOD for the YouTube side again later, just because they won't have that pinned message. So obviously, if we get a comment, hey, stupid streamer, you have to go and take the flint and nap it using some other rock or whatever. How could you be so dumb? I mean, that's just YouTube. That's the way you sound in my head, YouTube, just so you know. But I'm just gonna delete your comment. There's not much to it. So with that said, one thing I usually do, let's see, you don't know much about this either, so no danger for me. Oh yeah, no, I'm not super worried about that kind of stuff. We got Night Driller on their 20 stream streak, so I really enjoy that. Let's enjoy the streamer go flat. But one of the things I do like to check out when we play a game for the first time is any accessibility stuff. They do have a thing where you can like hide settings. Now, one thing that's already impressed me with the game is when I went to boot it up, it's like, hey, just so you know, we're using the latest version of .NET. And that might sound like a really weird thing to be impressed by, but the fact that this game has been in development for a while and actually is using one of the latest versions of .NET, it's like, oh, you're actually maintaining your game. That's pretty sweet, because a lot of times I have a game, it's like, oh, this is running on Unity, the version from like 8 years ago, and you're like, why does this game have these bugs that have been fixed forever? Oh, it's running on an old version of Unity. But this one is running on .NET. I don't know what any other engine stuff it's got going on. .NET's just a framework. Basically means they're probably running C# or something like that for the programming language. But the fact that they're keeping up to date, that already gives me a really positive sign. They're like, oh, you actually maintain your stuff, and like not just this is the version we run on and we never change. So that was cool. It also has lots of accessibility stuff and good stuff going on here, and they have a lot more customization settings. They even give you like guides on how to improve your frame rate. So already giving me a lot of positive signs that for whatever this passion project is or whatever this game is, that the devs truly do care and put a lot of work into a lot of the stuff they've got here. And this is a lot of maintenance that a lot of games just don't do. And part of it is because this is technical stuff that, a lot of people who get into game dev, they want to develop games, and they learn software development as a means to reach that end, versus, people who go and they learn software dev and then decide to make games. We got our mouse settings, nothing really to say here. Graphic settings, not a whole lot to say here. I don't see anything like motion blur or anything like that, which makes me happy so long as it's not there. Which again, when you play, you have just the essential. I mostly turned on the other stuff so I could limit the frame rate and all that for streaming purposes. We got mouse smoothing and sensitivity and all that, so you can have it so it's like more sensitive and like the acceleration and all that. They have a thing where it always picks up items, or pick up items and only sneaking, which I guess would be an interesting thing. Make sure when world generation turn on ocean so you can actually use boats. I mean, I'm just going to do whatever the default world generation is. I did notice it automatically detected that I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard layout, which means behind the scenes they've developed this properly on how it detects your input device. So instead of saying the W key goes forward, it goes the key at position 3 goes forward. That happens to be W. And so since I use Dvorak, that's the comma key for me. So this already is a huge bonus to me that just detecting these kind of things. You have like toggle sprint and accessibility stuff, like get rid of camera shake. I guess the wireframe thickness is probably just for visibility, wireframe colors. So you got some stuff here, and I have no idea what glitch strength is, but I'm assuming that's going to be like weird, trippy stuff or whatever. Sound straightforward. It's got volume. In-game being able to change your audio device so you don't have to go to your Windows settings. Thank you. And then interface. I scaled up the interface a little bit. Normally I crank that sucker up really high when I play a game, but yeah. You can get it to the point where it gets a little bit you should turn down glitch strength. Little recommendation, can be really nauseating. Okay. Oh, you'll not want to change your glitch strength too soon. I'll leave it on the default to see what it's like. But yeah, if it's gonna mess with people, we can turn it down. And then supposedly there's a decent modding scene to the game. I did turn on the minimap. I don't know if anyone really cares about that. I like having the minimap and all that kind of stuff. I also actually like coordinates. That's just interface stuff. I'm assuming it's just because it's in the settings, it's meant that you can just turn it on and off at your will. Versus, otherwise if it was like a challenge thing, I'd expect it to be in your world save or whatever. So go ahead and generate a new world. My intention is to just do the standard. Okay. So you got the world height is 256, random seed, prospecting pick node search radius 6, temporal gear respawn uses. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. Don't spoil it. Sleeping during temporal storms disallowed. Okay, so there's temporal storms. I'm sure that's bad. Polar equator distance 100,000 blocks. All right, world name. I'm just going to call it on stream because I don't know what else to call it. So go ahead and just create it. And I know people are like, "Oh, make sure you turn on oceans if you want to do like boats and all that." But I'm going to like leave it the way it is for right now. Can we get a shout out for Retinaru, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, does a bunch of indie games, has done a lot of stuff like Project Zomboid, all that. What was it I saw you playing with Allison the other day? Was it Abiotic Factor, I think I saw you playing? I could be wrong about that. But Retinaru is absolutely fantastic. Does like a lot of Project Zomboid, but also does a bunch of indie games and all that stuff. Good times over there. Okay. So we can make our character. Already you can see, like, while it is voxelian, sort of. Abiotic Factor, Ground Tube Inventory. You've been collabing a lot recently. Yeah, I noticed there's been a decent amount of collabing. That's fun stuff. So we can... That's certainly an interesting thing. All right. That's certainly something. Oh, weird. Like, you have no... I'm blanking on the name of the area on the outside of your eye. Like, you have, like, your iris, you have the pupil, and then you have the outer side that I'm just forgetting. It seems like I'm changing the outer part. Oh, the sclera. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, that's right. Sure, we'll make it orange. And all the horrific skin tones. Everything is vaguely in, like, the bluish range. Indigenous balding. Bald. Balding. Dreadlocks. Long and flowing. Hunter. Sure, long and flowing. We'll go like we've not had a haircut in a billion years. Unkept. Facial expression, grin, smirk, tired, very sad, serious, upset. We're just gonna put tired. They have a mustache, fat walrus, eccentric, bushy broom. We're gonna go with fat walrus. Beard. Got wise man, side whiskers, full chops, shaggy full. There we go. Let's say, believe you are technical some kind of angel in this? If you understand the lore correctly. Oh, I didn't look at the lore at all, so I have no idea. Yeah, we're gonna have, like... We're gonna have, you know, our, full stuff here. So confirm the skin. There are classes. So leave behind your old life, crawl into a new world. Commoners are generalists from a multitude of backgrounds. While they have no defining skills or strengths to speak of, they also lack weaknesses of those who specialize. So that's your just generic class. We have a hunter, which gets a walk speed, range, damage, and accuracy. So basically get a lot of range bonuses and more loot from hunting. But they're bad at melee, and they suck at mining. We have malefactor. Let's see. So they can forage better. They can loot better. They're harder to detect by animals. And they can make a sling, which is apparently exclusive. But they have lower hit points, lower range damage, and lower melee damage. We have a clockmaker. So apparently there's mechanical enemies, because we get bonus damage against mechanical. We have a reduced temporal gear cost to translocators. That's going to be a whole lot to unpack. We can walk faster. We can tame locusts, but we also get the reduced damage and health and all that. We've got a blackguard. So you get bonus melee damage, armor, and a walk speed penalty is reduced for wearing armor. So armor has a walk speed penalty. We're better at mining and have more health. We can make a short sword and shield, but we get hungrier faster, our range damage is lower, and we get less loot and forageables. We get a tailor, where we can make clothing kits and all that, more armor. But we get less from loot and foraging, less from mining, less health, less animal loot. I'm going to go with commoner. We haven't played enough to have any idea about any of this. Okay. Stop talking. So we spawn into our world. Yeah, and this is where the comparison to Minecraft comes on. Like, this feels extremely Minecraft-ish with like a texture pack or something at the beginning, but I'm already noticing, like when I put my mouse over this, there's a collect thing on the top that's switching between, like, looks like knives and such, and then there's a collect thing on the bottom that shows a scythe. So you've got ability to collect for a few things. I'm just trying to get to a point where I can actually see stuff. Oh yeah, no, it's very much, it's a voxel game. My understanding of what I've heard secondhand was that this may have been... Oh, it looks like I've already found something. This was maybe a mod for Minecraft at first, and then they made a standalone game. I hadn't seen you around before. Did you just wake up? I don't know what you mean. You're kind of been popping up like daisies across the land. Don't know where you're from. Don't know what you're doing here. None of you seem keen to talk about it. I'm not entirely sure myself. What's gonna be more help? Got anything to trade, trader? So I could sell, like, cracked vessels and aging crates and amulets and that. Needless to say, I can't do anything. Alright, well, apparently there's trading in the game. So where do I want to try and set up shop? Because we probably need to start working relatively fast on things. Yeah, better than just emeralds. Because I got hills over here, I got mountains over there. That's a freaking bear, so let's not go there. I suspect if this is like a far more involved survival game, that it's probably a lot more involved to mine. So I'm probably not just going up to the mountain and just digging out a tunnel system real fast. I'm sure we work our way up to being able to do that kind of thing. I'm also noticing when I point at the ground, it's saying medium fertility soil and low fertility soil. And did that say cinnamon? Okay. I know you can eat cinnamon. Let's go over here where these trees are, because I'm gonna need wood, I'm sure. Okay, so Q is to throw stuff. Okay, and I pick it up automatically again if I walk over it. E appears to be my inventory, and the thing I'm noticing is I don't have an inventory here, so I'm guessing we need like a backpack or belt or something to hold inventory. So I'm guessing I have just the 10 item slots in the bottom. So I'll probably need to be careful about how much stuff I pick up. Because I'm assuming the recipes get super complicated in this game, considering I know you don't just, you know, slam 2 sticks and a stone together to make a pickaxe or whatever. That's just like actually flinting and all that. Man, those trees are out there. And looking at my bars, I'm assuming the bottom left bar is health. That seems straightforward. I'm guessing the bottom right bar is going to be... It's going to be hunger. Now, I'm assuming I can't just punch tree. That'd be my guess. Okay. A large log with spotty moss layer requires tool tier 1 stone to break, so I can't just punch tree. Oh, I guess I replanted that? Cannot place napping surface here. Okay. And the reason I did that is when I looked at the tooltip thing, it said like right click to nap or, you know, control right click to nap. So I can make axe heads and all that. Oh. Okay. So I made an axe head. I guess I'm gonna need a stick. So could I go break branches? Alright. Let's get more sticks. Okay. Alright. Now, I've got this thing over here. At any time, press D to access the handbook. It provides guides, tutorials, and recipes for other details or items in games. New to the genre, we recommend launching the First Steps tutorial. First Steps, start tutorial. Okay. Hold Alt to release your mouse. Ah, that's fine. Click here to continue. Press tab to close chat in the window. Okay, so 15 days to our first temporal storm. Dvorak keyboard? Yes. Now use this to open your inventory. Use J to see your character. Find 3 nappable stones found loosely on the ground. Collect them using whatever. Actually, I already have those. We'll go look for some more. Okay. Nice. Now find 5 sticks on the ground in the forest or breaking leaves and branches for inside. Cool. So I actually have like a little tutorial. I was told there was no tutorial, so I've already been lied to. Oh, I need to find 3 more. It's not kind of the ones I had already found, which is fair. You're a natural. Use 2 stones to create a knife blade with the napping system. Control on the ground with a nappable stone. Let's see. Knife blade. Then I grab a stone. Hopefully I don't have to do this a ton, or that'll get super grindy. The knife blade still needs a handle. Open your inventory with the period, and craft a knife using the 3x3 system. Click on the link, or use the handbook to look up the recipe. Okay, so a knife is a blade on the top left and a stick. So blade here, and stick. And now I have a flint knife for cutting tall grass. Welcome to the Stone Age. With a knife in your hands, hold right-click to harvest 10 grass from cattails or papyrus. Well, cattails will be near water. I have no idea where papyrus normally happens. I'm assuming also near water. Yeah, very helpful Discord. Yeah, no, it seems like the kind of game that'll have like a very passionate number of people behind it. That I'm sure it's tough to get new players into the game, so they're probably very supportive. Okay. Alright, you take it easy, Night Dweller. Thank you for tuning in all that. Alright, there's a bunch. So it wants me to collect a bunch. Now, I did notice the chat told me I have 15 days till there's a temporal storm. My assumption is, since I haven't seen anything hostile so far, maybe the bear, that basically the game loop is kind of 7 Days to Die-esque, in where you try and survive for a while. Storage time. Using the 10 cattails or papyrus, make a basket. To equip the basket, place it on one of the 4 special slots on the right. Okay, so basket. Okay, that... Alright, so we can get the recipe. So I need 2 reeds. Oh, you can have multiple stacks for a recipe. Alright, that's information. So we need to take the reeds. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And that gives me 3 inventory slots. Don't forget food. Collect berries, mushrooms, wild crops, or other edibles. Harvest berries with the right mouse button. Birch leaves. Cinnamon fern? Can I eat the cinnamon? I probably have to process it in some way or another. Okay. Looking for something that looks edible. So mushroom, berries, or wild crops? Larch leaves. Well, mushrooms are usually in forests because of the shade. And berries, it all depends on the type of berries. Some berries like being in sunlight, some like berries like being in shaded areas. Don't really know where to look for those. Okay, so I can just walk through the leaves. That's good information. All right. Oh, mushrooms. I don't think that did, like, anything for our hunger. That's our hunger gauge over there on the right. I'm assuming it's going to tell us we can cook them or whatever to get more nutrition out of them. Playing some Minecraft? No, this is Vintage Story. It's a very different game from Minecraft. While it aesthetically looks the same, this is actually a very brutal, like, survival game. Like, the crafting systems are really, really in-depth, that kind of stuff. I don't know all the details on it. This is my first time playing, so anyone who does know it, don't spoil it. But yeah, no, it looks very much like Minecraft with the texture pack. But it's one of the things I've had pretty much everyone who's asked me to play. It's like, it's very not Minecraft. Alright, you'll need an axe. Use 2 nappable stones to make an axe head, and then you can craft an axe for combining the stick. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab some stones. And then plunk this down here. Oh, I don't... Nope. Nope. I am not ready to fight wolves. I think those are wolves. I can't really tell what those are. It looks like a spinoff? Yeah. Like, aesthetically, it looked very similar. But, like, the crafting is, like, way, way, way more in-depth. Also that. Moose? Maybe. I didn't get a really good look at it. It made, like, a sound at me. Okay, so it's actually just telling me to just go ahead and skip to the crafting the axe part. Alright, so it told me that there is a menu here. Axe mold? So for an axe, I need an axe head and then a stick on the left. Okay. We'll start with the axe head, and then the stick on the left. With an axe in your hands, chop down a small tree by holding the left mouse button at the base of the tree. Eventually the whole tree will fall. Collect 4 logs. Okay. How do you note the chip away at the stone crafting? When I choose the recipe, like the axe blade, there's a wireframe with the blocks I need to remove. And so I just click on the blocks I need to remove, leaving the area that doesn't have the wireframe over it. The phrase is pretty hard to sing on stream. Alright, well what I can do then is let me quickly go, because there's an accessibility setting. What are you? I wasn't sure if that's a poisonous mushroom or not. I have a feeling there are. There is an accessibility setting for the wireframe. Make it like 3 times. So it stands out a little bit better for people. But yeah, so you get like at the beginning of the game, I went to punch tree, and it's like, you can't punch tree. You need an axe. It is a non-optional thing. It almost seems like the blade I get from banging 2 rocks together is not the greatest at cutting down a tree for some reason. Way to go, lumberjack. Let's turn that into firewood. Use the logs and the axe to craft 4 firewood in your inventory. So let's see, if I click on that. Okay, so that's interesting. So apparently what I'm going to do is grab you and you. Also, we need tinder. With your knife in hands, cut some grass to collect 3 dry grass. Alright, let's get back towards the water and make myself some more baskets, because those give me more inventory. And needless to say, with the sheer variety of stuff I'm dealing with, I'm going to definitely need all the inventory space I can get my hands on. This does very much feel like the kind of game that no matter what you do, you always want more inventory. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, because it was about 10, I believe, per basket. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm at 21. I missed 2 picking up. That's fine. Oh, that's a cave. So I gotta be more careful about my steps. I need 4 more. Now I'll have to try and find food again. There's some more cattails. Okay, 3 more. 2 more. 1 more. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if I add extras... Okay, so I can do the thing where we stack it. Okay, so from here it wants me to get grass, and I also want to get food. That's lilies, that doesn't do me any good. That's deer fern. I'm assuming it has to be actual grass. Time to invent fire. With dry grass in your hands, hold control while aiming at the ground to place down as tinder for your fire pit. Give me a moment because I need food. Okay. I apparently found a dead black bear. That's somewhat concerning. Because I have not fought anything yet. I don't know if fire could spread, but... feels like the kind of game they would do that. Okay, so now I need to go here. So we've got dry grass. Okay. With dry grass in your hands, hold control to place it down. Okay, lay down the 4 firewood. Craft a fire starter. And that's dry grass and 2 sticks in a diagonal. Come on, you could do it. Maybe. You have discovered fire. Use the fire pit to create torches and roast meat or cattail roots, or make some meals. All right, so we're just gonna cook our food. To craft a torch, I need a stick and 2 dry grass. On the fire pit, place the torch into the left-hand slot and give it a few seconds. It needs to reach 300 degrees, then pick up the torch. Cooked bushmeat. I'm gonna need way more fuel than this. Can I just throw a bunch of sticks in there? Alright. Yeah, the night times are definitely way more ominous than in Minecraft. Like, the nighttime here is like, oh, you dark. Can't you make firewood with the... Oh yeah, that's right. It's gonna take me a while to get used to a lot of this stuff. Man, we're basically eating an entire black bear. I hear you, wolves. Congratulations, you now know the basics of Vintage Story. This is the starter tutorial is concluded. For the next steps, check out the starter guide and the progression guide. To remove this message, use right-click and to place a torch nearby wall or on the ground. I will say nighttime in this game is, you can't see anything. I hope this torch lasts for a while. Not trying to backseat you? Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, the game already taught me that, I just forgot about it. Like, that kind of thing when the game has already taught me something and I've done it, and then I forget, that I'm okay with. Because, especially with as in-depth as this game seems like it's gonna go, I am going to forget things. So I'm trying to find a spot. Yeah, we can... So I know there's a temporal storm thing that comes up in 15 days. And, like, don't spoil it for me. My assumption is it's going to be a bad time. It said 48 hours? That's actually not bad. Okay, so we got the forest here. Because, like, with this, I kind of want to set up, like, not highlands like I need to be on a mountain or anything, but a little bit higher elevation, just in general, like a little hill or something, so I could kind of look down at the surrounding area for whatever defenses I'm going to need to do. We looking for base location? Basically. Now granted, because I'm new to the game, and don't spoil anything, because I'm new to the game, I don't know what's important at a base location in this. Let's just go for flat terrain. Elevation might be helpful, But honestly, with their tool limitations, I think we go for flat terrain. And we can worry about doing more fancy things later when I've got more stuff to work with. We just look around a little bit. Do you have Warhammer Darktide? I believe I own it. I never really did play it much. You're thinking about buying this game? So it's like your first thought. Is Mirror's of Torch getting smaller? It wouldn't surprise me if it graphically changed, getting smaller. I didn't notice that yet, but I know there's a time limit on the torch. Well, there's a little pond of water over here. Let's go set up near the water. Yeah, so we got a little pool of water here. We got a little bit of an area over here. So I think this is where I'm going to try and live. The big problem I have right now is a lack of food. And looking for food in the dark is going to be a tricky time. Alright, let's check to see what I could do with cinnamon. Cinnamon plant, it burns at 600 degrees Fahrenheit, obtained by breaking... Oh, cinnamon fern, just not cinnamon? Scallop cinnamon seashell. I'm guessing the cinnamon fern doesn't do anything. Well, in that case... Oh, it's... So apparently I can eat the eagle fern. But not the cinnamon fern. Okay, so mention the eagle fern is edible. Or no, was that just what I was mousing over? What did I mouse over that said it was edible? Yeah, and that's the thing. I think cinnamon fern's just the name of a fern. It's not cinnamon like I'm thinking. Because yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you're right that cinnamon is basically it's the bark that peels off a tree. And then they process it. I keep picking this up and I don't know what I want to do with it to get rid of it. Yeah, so I definitely imagine what happens is at nighttime, you just kind of chill. Alright. So we've got a hoe, a knife blade, a shovel, and a spearhead. So yeah, see now you can see there's this grid here, and I just kind of tap out the chunks surrounding the part I want. And that gives me a spearhead, or a hoe. So I have a hoe. Alright, so it seems like the pattern here is just tool, stick. Birch seed. I got an edible mushroom here. I guess I can use the ferns and just chuck them in fire later. Larch seed. A bunch of different types of stone and all that. So I've got the hoe. Let's check out they had the progression guide. Oh, you're gonna be a whole bunch of stuff. Stone Age is napping. Starter survival guide. Note, this guy is purposely kept short. So, flint and stones, baskets in hand. This is what we already did. Then there'd be the progression guide. That gets into past, pottery and clay. I definitely don't want to just sit here and read all of this on stream, so we're just going to fumble through it. Preparing for winter. On Standard World, you have about 70 in-game days to prepare for the cold season, where you cannot grow crops and wild animals yield less meat. You can also suffer from cold. It's recommended to stock up food by preserving it. Where we can make cellars that are fully enclosed spaces, have low and constant year-round temperatures. The most simple cellar consists of a 1x2x1 hole with a container in it that's covered up with soil. More elaborate versions can be 7x7x7 blocks in size with a door. To verify the cellar is working, look at the container's block for information. Oh dear God, what is this game? Okay. So, apparently that's a thing we're gonna have to deal with. Hey, Allison. Can we get a shout out for Allison Adventures, by the way, another fantastic content creator on the platform? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill in this hole behind us. But Allison Adventures is another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of like Project Zomboid and RimWorld and stuff like that. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. The end game is going to have you solving differential equations to craft stuff at this rate. Well, yeah, no, it's... You don't realize, but the actual end game is to launch a rocket, but you have to build it part by part, and you have to math it all out. That is not actually what the end of the game is. They heavily implied with the marketing when I went to their website something about eldritch horrors and all sorts of stuff, so I'm assuming we've got to deal with that. And we also notice when I hit tab, and this chat pops up, it might be hard to read, but it says 15 days until first temporal storm. So, my assumption is temporal storm means bad times. You played it plenty, have a role-playing on Thursdays. It's great. This game's fantastic, but brutal. Enjoy. Yeah, no, I noticed I'm going to have to beeline out for some more food once we have enough sunlight to see again. Okay, what was the other block it picked up? Low fertility soil. Alright, the low fertility soil. I'm just gonna huck that over there. Alright. So we got our torch sitting here. That's my little reminder of where we live. So we're at -4, so -415, 115, 454. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the middle number, that's elevation. So, goal for this in-game day. 1, don't starve. 2, if at all possible, get ourselves a box to live in. All right. And I believe it mentioned we can eat the cattail roots. These days, days and nights feel long. Yeah. Well, I suspect with all the crafting and the complexity you have in there, it's probably you run around during the day collecting resources, doing all that kind of thing. And then by the time you get to nighttime is pretty much, you know, crafting, resupplying, doing like all that stuff, like just chilling at home, doing home things. Alright, so let's get down here. Let's get the cattail roots real fast, because we are starving. Alright, let's get where I can actually see what I'm doing for a second. Because I need to be making food happen, like, now. Alright, so. We go to our inventory. We grab you. Put you on the ground. Put the wood on there. Switch to you. Grab you. Drop you down. That's... Come on, burn. Come on, burn. Cattail root. So let that work on cooking for a minute. And my assumption is when we start starving, it won't be we just fall over dead. It'll probably start draining our health. Okay, we don't want to add more on here. Come on. Alright, note to self. Cattail roots, not super filling. Oh, you can't see where I'm interacting with the fire? I could try to move stuff around. I do feel like this is going to be kind of the game that I'm going to have information all over the screen, but I'll see what I could do to rearrange it to make it not quite that bad. Okay, camera. Where can I put my camera? Da-da-da-da. Unlock you. try right here, maybe. Alright, because I'm waiting patiently for these roots, and I eat them, and I get just over a block of food. So I need a lot of roots. Oh, I appreciate that there's like a little smoke cloud, or a little smoke plume, whatever you want to go with. I also noticed adding more cattails does cool it off again. So needless to say, cattails, kinda garbage food source. Readily available, kinda garbage food source. Alright, so that'll give me 8 bars worth of hunger. Good idea, work your way up to better food sources. Yeah. The real trick here is going to be finding something I can grow. Because my assumption is what we're going to want to do is find something like potatoes or onions or leeks or whatever. You know, some arable crop. Get some kind of basic farming going. There's some really wild world generation over there. Let's go up here, chop a couple of trees, and we'll go back down, eat whatever we got. So then I gotta make more firewood and all that. Alright. Imagine this game is quite an achievement when you bake a cake, like it was in Minecraft. Yeah, no, I do imagine there's gonna be a thing like getting some very basic stuff will be a huge deal. And needless to say, as we get better tools, we're not using like a chunk of stone we sharpened on a stick as an axe, but like get like actual, you know, copper, bronze, iron. All things probably just go faster. It's weird that this one exploded as well, but that's fine. And now work our way back to that fire. You think the farthest you ever got was making a windmill? Finally mechanical power? Yeah, no, I'm curious. Considering they mentioned like the different ages, like Bronze Age and all that. Okay, so my fire's down here somewhere. Okay, we can go here. I need more firewood. My axe just broke. Alright. And for the axe, I actually already have an axe head ready. You suppose tomorrow morning? Well, I hope they help. I missed what that was for. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. Hey, Chunky and Funky, how's it going? I didn't mean to actually put those down there, but that's fine. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. And like, can we get a shout out for Chunky and Funky? Well, welcome in, Raiders. We are playing Vintage Story for the first time and desperately trying to survive. And cattail roots are not very nutritionally strong. Who would have thought? Rando root is not super high calorie food. At least we're managing to mostly recover our bar. Oh, here's some more right here. I'm gonna have to find seeds. It's the catch right now is because of the amount of effort I have to put into just staying fed. It keeps me from getting over to seeking seeds out or whatever. You and Chunky were just playing this? Lots of fun? Gotcha. Now, this is my first time, so learning as we go. What are you? How parsley? We'll get back over to our fire. Grab ourselves a little bit more snack. Chuck you in here to keep the food rolling. Okay, so we found cow parsley. It's just another plant we can burn. Yeah, the eagle fern, which we could just burn. And the cinnamon fern, which we can burn. Okay. And the larch seed we can use for planting. The birch seed we can use for planting. Got some flint and a couple of logs and all that. Alright, so I'm going to have enough from that to actually be fed for a little bit. What I need to do is find any type of usable plant. I also saw there was clay or something down there. Lots of stones. Got lilies. That'd be a black bear. I think I'll leave that alone. We're about to break our knife. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to not craft another knife for making more of this right this second. Because it feels like if I keep just trying to push just these, the cattails, I'm just going to be moving from area of water, not really making the progress I need. Like, we'll be staying alive as far as food goes, but limiting our other progress. Where did you go? Oh, shift moved into my inventory, or into my backpack. Okay, we're basically mostly fed at this stage. Alright, so we grabbed that. I haven't seen any obviously different plants. But that should give me enough food for a pretty good chunk, if not for like a full in-game day. You love this game? I hope so. So far, I'm enjoying it. It definitely feels like it'll get on the grindier side of survival, but that's not necessarily bad if it's all at least satisfying kind of thing. Okay, so we got 3 more of these. We'll wait till it heats up. It is. Yeah, the big thing I gotta figure out is... got a bunch of these are goodies, so I got some food. So we got 5 more of those. We've got that we can make while we're waiting. We can make ourselves a new knife. Okay, and with that knife blade, we can put you here. There's our new knife. We'll go ahead and set that down. We can make a shovel. And my guess for the shovel, because it'll be our first one we made, but just knowing by the pattern, it's probably that. Yep, there's our shovel. Let's see what else we've got so far as stuff we can predictably make. We can make a spear. As far as I'm concerned, if it's a tool I can make, I might as well have one. So we've got the spearhead here somewhere. Where'd you go? There it is. Okay. So put the stone over here. We've got axe, knife, hoe, shovel, fire starter, food, and that. And you're almost done cooking. So let's go ahead and check other stuff we've got. So looking at our list of things here, we did get a hide. They go, and with the raw hide, we can make into a bunch of stuff using leatherworking. They are considered perishable. Making leather, soak raw hide in a barrel of lime water, which requires a barrel. To make a barrel, I'm going to need boards. To make boards, I'm going to need a saw. To make a saw, I'm going to need saw blades. And for saw blades, I'm going to need smithing, which requires clay forming. Okay. That is a number of layers deep. All right. So we can get back to where we set up it before. It's interesting that we got like this big ocean thing here. I might just say to heck with the place where we were starting before and set up here. And the reason for that is just very genuinely, I got this giant body of water. I got good visibility. I can probably do stuff with this, and we barely did anything on the air location, so there's that. There's also, I saw some caverns over here. Let's get started with all this. Because I suspect we're going to find the clay mostly near where water is anyways. Just clearing up a bunch of these plants real fast. Okay, so we got large logs. Wonder why these aren't stacking. Maybe 16 is the stack size? That could actually be it. Oh, and you can rotate them. You love other tutorials like rub two sticks together, make fire. Congratulations, you're on your own. Yeah, it's the classic idea of just giving you the very, very, very minimum how you interact with the world. And letting you kind of figure it out for that. Yeah, no, the fact that they have the handbook that lets you just kind of look up any material and be like, what can you use this with? Even if you don't know how to do that part, just having that's nice. Alright, top off for food. They'll probably do for right now. Take the wood off of that. And we can pull up our inventory. Yeah, I was hoping I could do that. Because those should burn very rapidly as a way of getting rid of these plants. Okay. Yeah, so this leather's gonna rot in a couple of days, and we're definitely not gonna have remotely the things I need for leather working by then. Okay, meanwhile, if I were to use the hoe, okay, there's nitrogen, potassium. I don't know what the K is in this case. Crops, moisture, all that. All right. So basically, for the agriculture side of things, there is a lot involved, which should surprise no one with the way this game's moving. Oh, K is potassium, right. Yeah. And then it was phosphate. And I see. It takes a while to get up to temperature, but once it gets up to temperature, it burns more slowly. That's good to know. So we're gonna need more logs. That's some weirdly intense music. What I should probably also do is after I cut down 2 or 3 trees real quick, we've been getting the occasional seed. I should plant those seeds nearby where I live. So I could hopefully grow some trees nearby so I don't have to like run over here quite as often. Alright. But the goal is I'm trying to get myself some basic shelter. And then once we get that, we're going to see about making a cellar. Because the game basically did give us a warning being like, yo, winter's going to be a rough ride. You're going to need some ability to preserve your food. And like making a hole in the ground that qualifies as a cellar will go a long ways to that end. You know, your budget refrigeration. Refrigeration's by shove in big hole. Okay. Yeah, I'll be curious a lot of this stuff. I imagine I'm going to need to get to the point where we get to better stone equipment. No shortage of sticks or anything like that. Oh, inventory space. Yeah, the inventory space is a real big limiter. Okay, well with that, I did go and eat the last of the cattails he already got ready. We didn't waste any of it. We never maxed out our food. But it shows you how much we're going to need to change our food supply situation. I'm starting with making ourselves what's effectively a log cabin. I probably should not assume that the doors are the same length, same height. Wild vines, it's just another plant that burns. Alright, let's see if I can't locate some, like either something I can plant, or more cattails or anything food-wise. Try to do that now before I spend half a day working on it. There's a bunch of those caves down there. We'll definitely want to check those out. That's gonna be a tricky one. Got a bunch of cattails down there. If I get a whole bunch of cattails, then I could save myself grinding for them tomorrow. I should also check to see what I can do with the reed part of the cattails. So not the root system, but what I made the baskets out of. I'm willing to bet there's more useful stuff I can make with that. Okay. A UI shortcut for the handbook? Sure, UI shortcut would be fine. Yeah, that kind of stuff's fine, where, like, there's a button to pull something up or whatever. When your mouse is hovering over an item, press the handbook key. Oh, okay, cool. So instead of just using where you hit, like, D to pull up the handbook, if I'm, like, highlighted on the roots and then I hit D, it'll take me straight to the roots. That's cool. Alright, we'll want to head back soon because it's going to get too dark for me to wander around very quickly. Getting a whole lot of cattail real fast. Red arrow in the wild? Yeah. Alright, let's get home. We don't have the smoke trail to guide me home today. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out and you sleep well and all that good stuff. Now, at the minimap, I'm willing to bet I can effectively mark the minimap by putting something down on the ground that'll stand out. We'll see. As we build our house, it'll be a little bit easier to see from a distance. It's not up on a high elevation, so it won't stand out super well. You know, we could always do the classic of just making a big tower or whatever. It actually doesn't stand out very well at all. Okay. Alright, so what we could do here... Start by putting the firewood in there. Oh, you're still just lit. Love that for us. So go ahead and chuck all of you in there. I'm going to just... is that going to put out my fire? Probably will. Basically grabbing all these ferns and all that we didn't have a use for. Clearing out the area around us, we're going to use this for fuel. Keep cooking our food. All right. Okay. So, we got all this junk. What burn do I have the most of? I got 11 of you. To chuck you instead of my firewood. That'll burn fast. But that's okay. We do have a larch seed. So do I just get to stick the larch seed in the ground? Doesn't look like it. Will sprout in one day. I'm probably planting these too close together. Okay, we're getting close to time. I gotta swap out the plants. Keep it cooking. Alright. So we can go here. Right, so I can make flint into the various tools. Two cattails. So I can get those by crafting that. I can use it to make crude shield, a basket, an empty beanade, a hunter backpack, which is one better than that. Horsetail polis from reeds, a bandage for minor wounds, coil rope, reed chest, and a torch. Okay, we can make a coil of rope, and you use that for making amulets and all sorts of stuff. Crude bow and all that. Before it gets too far. Oh, the game pauses when I'm in that menu. I'm mixed on that. Because it makes it think. So reed chest. So it's 3 in a box. Actually, let's do it this way. We got 2 boxes to go with. We can go ahead and grab the next plant and chuck it in here to keep them burning. Alright. So with that, we'll grab our reed boxes. I appreciate it can make this cursed by setting them all sideways. We're likely not going to do anything with that. It's just going to perish. The wild vine had actual uses. Yeah, so we have uses for the wild vine. I need you to keep burning, please. Let's see here. I could probably run out here again in a minute. Yeah, but this way we should have enough food for a good chunk of the next in-game day. We're also getting rid of all these bushes and shrubs and all. I'm actually impressed that the trees only take a day to sprout. Like, now granted that's sprouting, not fully growing. Yeah, so save the rest of that. Grab the low fertility soil. Chuck that there. Then after this, I'm down to the logs and sticks and such. Can't really see much farther unless I make a torch. I don't really feel like I need a torch that bad right now. Like, wandering around in the dark doesn't seem like a particularly needed thing. Okay. So let's take a quick peek here. So you've got clay. There's a clay oven for clay forming. Yeah, so clay itself we can get from red clay soil. And it's an ingredient for what feels like everything. Red clay is found at the surface deposits in an area with high enough precipitation, so not deserts, and high enough temperature, so not the Arctic. It can be found at any elevation above sea level. Alright. What sets us apart from Minecraft? Pretty much everything that isn't its aesthetics. Like, yes, I've got, like, the little box. It looks like it's a texture pack here. But to give you an idea, if I want to make a tool here, I would have to go, alright, we can go here, put down the rock, go here. I want to make a axe. So I gotta nap the stone into an axe head. Then you do your kind of typical 1 second. Kind of typical stuff here. I'm just gonna chuck sticks in here and burn those for a while. Actually, give me one of those back, please. So then I can make an axe. If I want to make logs, I don't just... Like, firewood and logs are two separate things. Yeah. It's also supposed to be, like, there's eldritch horrors. I've got this warning that there's 15 days until the first temporal storm. We don't actually know what a temporal storm is yet, and please don't spoil. Staying alive is way harder in this. Like, just hunger and everything else. There's an incredible depth to the crafting. Like, I was going and saying, oh, I can't remember. There's something I was looking up being like, oh, I want to make a this. And it was like layers and layers and layers I would have to go to get it sorted out. More emphasis on survival then? Yeah, so it's less computer Legos. Oh, right. Was it a barrel? Yeah, I can't remember why I wanted the barrel. Yeah, there was something I needed that is like, oh, it was for the leatherworking. That is like, oh, hey, you know what I want to do? I want to put this leatherworking to work. Okay, well, I need to use it to make a cured hide or whatever. All right, so to make leather, I needed lime water. Well, to make lime water, I needed water and lime, and then I needed to use that in a barrel or a bucket. Well, for a barrel, I needed my planks. Well, to get a plank, I needed a saw. Well, to get a saw, I needed to be able to make the blades. Well, to make the blades, I needed smithing. To do smithing, I need to have all my other stuff. I need clay forming. To do clay forming, I need a pit, kiln, and clay. And you just get the idea. That you just kind of, you just open that basket and you're just like, wait, hang on. Yeah, and those should be fun. And cattail roots have very terrible nutrition. I'm sitting here just slamming down like 20 cattail roots. Just desperately trying to keep myself, you know, handled. Nighttime's legit scary, because you can't see crap. You get the torch, you just got this little radius you can see around here. But it's also not like Minecraft where I open the door and there's just a creeper standing here, just blow up the front of my building for no discernible reason. Even though, like, I peeked 2 seconds ago and it wasn't there. Because the spawning of stuff in Minecraft can be utter BS sometimes. I think what we'll do in the meantime... start working and making... I'm not gonna go deeper without some kind of light. Cave or a quarry or whatever. So medium fertility soil. My assumption will have to go someplace like tropical rainforest or whatever the other biomes are called. And that's where we'll be able to go in and find ourselves like high fertility soil. And so tomorrow I'm gonna need to cut down a lot of trees. Right now I could just chuck those in the basket. Alright, in the meantime, let's see, what would it take to make any kind of door? So, we have a refractory brick kiln door, a boiler door, an aged boiler door, iron door, rusty door, ruined door, crude door. That sounds about my speed. So I would need an axe, 3 sticks, and a quarter log. You obtain a quarter log by breaking a quarter log? Oh, it's because it's a redwood, so it's just a big thing. Gotcha, okay. So what we would want to do here is we need sticks and crude wood to make a crude door. We can make gates and fences and rafts. Oh yeah, you can make a raft, that's cool. Alright, we're down to the last one of those I've got. Hey, Rongard, thank you for the 40 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Why a crude door and why not a solid door? Because I'm not aware of there being a solid door. Because I can't make planks, and to make... You know, to make planks, I need a saw. To make saw, I need a saw blade. To make a saw blade, I need smithing. To do smithing, I need clay forming. To do clay forming, I need clay. You get the idea. I gotta make the crude door because our technology level is slightly sharpened stone and hopes and dreams. So now's where we go duck in the corner. We put our head between our legs and just start openly weeping and hoping the sun rises in the morning. Okay, and bear with me. Just snooze that ad. Because it didn't have any fuel left for our fire. We burned it all. And for those who don't know, the Answer, our fantastic creator, playing Paper Trail, also plays a whole lot of fun indie games and all that good stuff. So with all that, they do stream in German, so just be openly aware of that. Openly weeping. You didn't know this game had the Nociosphere. Yeah, no, it's there. Just don't worry about it. Yeah, so go check them out. A lot of fun stuff over there. Is this a new game or has it been around a while? I believe it's been around a while. Like, we're in version, it's like 1.12 or 1.2 something or other. I don't know the exact version, but it does seem like I know they're still developing it, but it doesn't seem like it's early access or anything like that as far as I'm aware. Someone else who's more familiar with the game can certainly say, I'm brand new to the game, this is literally my first time playing. The lore of the game is, it was a Minecraft mod that branched off to do its own thing. Yep. The game is feature complete. They're working on the storyline chapters. 2 chapters are out. Gotcha. Okay. Yep, so when we wake up, we're going over and we're demolishing a forest. That way we can get a bunch of wood. We can get ourselves some sticks, some wood, maybe we'll get lucky get some mushrooms, all that. Hopefully build our shelter.
Thank you Stop Todd for subscribing for 18 months.
And thank you Stop Todd for the Prime Gaming sub. You get only one of those per month, and you chose to use it here. And I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying our advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you again so much for supporting the channel for a year and a half you've been subbed, so thank you so much for that. The first version was around like 2015, 2016, and it's 1.0 for 2 years now. Gotcha. Yes, they're adding story to it, but like the game itself is functional, which I chose the standard mode or whatever it was. When you start the game, there's like you can play in standard, you can play I don't remember, there's like standard, exploration, which is less focused on survival, more on running around. There was one, I can't remember if they called it survival or what they called it, but there was one that was a lot more focused on just staying alive was harder. But I chose standard because most of the time when you go into those modes in these games where it's like, oh yeah, this is the brutal survival mode, a lot of times in my experience when you get into those modes, it ends up being a thing where it's just, you have to pack away like multiple full animals worth of food, you know, per day just to barely get through the day. Can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, I love the survival games where like ingest 12,000 calories and barely stay alive. Yep. How much does the game cost and where? It was something like 20 bucks. You can get it from their website or the Humble Store. It's not on Steam, which is actually one of the things that had me hold off on the game for a while. I'm the kind of person I prefer to have all my games in one place, and I get really annoyed when I have to like seek out games and other things. That actually was a thing that kind of kept me from getting the game for a good while. Like, it's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with the game existing on other platforms. They're like, but I want on Steam. I want my Steam achievements, man. Where's my Steam achievement for surviving my first night? Yeah, no, having a good time with it so far. Just getting things going. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna need to be on the lookout for clay. Which it basically told me it could be at any area above sea level. But for the moment, we're just gonna go ahead and get a bunch of trees chopped down because I need the firewood. I want to finish building my box I live in. You know, the classic. You make a cube, you put some basic equipment, whatever benches or whatever you get in the game, do that whole shebang. But then what we might do, well, it's catch, because like realistically to go down below and do anything, I'm going to need some stuff for actually mining. So I do think we have to get the clay. Are you able to build a backpack? I looked at it. Like, I've got the baskets. I might be able to get... There was a hunter's backpack. There was, like, 1 extra inventory slot per section. So probably... But we'll get it figured out. Right now, I'm just going to try and grab a whole lot of wood. Until my inventory starts to struggle. Okay. Because we cut down a whole bunch of these trees. This will give me logs to build with, logs for firewood. It definitely seems like we're going to be doing a decent one. Here go for Project Deforestation, always. Always and forever. Okay. The music is really nice in the game. To a game you know too well? Yeah, no, I'm brand new to it, so we're checking it out for the first time. I'm enjoying it so far. And we're slowly working through teching up our stuff and all that. Yeah, it's gonna take us a minute, so we're getting pretty close to breaking this axe. Which is pretty much what I figured. I was just gonna go over here. We had one axe that was mostly broken, and then we had a second one. So I kind of figured, you know what? I'll just take the axes we got, run over here, collect as much as I can before the axes are done, and then we'll head back to the house and get back to work and stuff over there. The grind is real, but so is the sense of accomplishment when you progress. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is I feel like there's going to be certain things like figuring out the agriculture and all that, which is totally fine. Don't spoil any of it. Alright. Okay, and we are out of stuff for that, so I'm going to leave that. I know I could make another axe right... That's weird, but okay. Alright. Let's run back down here where we start building our home. And that little trumpety sound is me taking a little bit of fall damage. Wiki build to the game helps a lot. Yeah, where you can just pull up an item and hit a button and be like, what do I need to make the thing? Yeah, low and medium fertility soil. Okay. So let's go ahead and top off our hunger. Put the decent soil in there. Alright, so we have, remember correctly, we can go here. There was the crude door. Scrap weapon kit. There's the gears, a clutch. Iron prospecting pick. They have all the different prospecting picks. We have a glider. There we go. Crude door. So I need an axe, and then I need 2 logs and 3 sticks. So first we need to make ourselves a new axe. So let's go ahead and grab the flint. Cool. And we can go like this and like this. That gives us the axe. We put you two here. And you there. Now I got a crude door. Drop you there. Move you here. Oh yeah, living the good life now. Alright, so let's go here. Is there any special stuff? So we have slanted copper roof, slate roof, thatch roof. So a thatch roof, we would need thatch. And we get thatch. Huh. Oh. Obtain from breaking tool. Okay, is there a grass roof? We got ceramic, bamboo, slanted sod roof. That requires planks. We don't have that technology. Yeah, so we got all the roof tiles here. Alright. So it's looking like, for right now, our roof is going to be just tossing a bunch of logs up top. To make an actual proper roof is going to have technology I don't have yet. You mentioned... So rotate is a wrench. I don't have the wrench yet. What we're going to do is we're just going to go larch. Because what I want to do is rotate it so it looks like we laid logs on top of the building. And I'm going to remind, just because comments on the YouTube side, I am asking for no backseating because I just got to, I want to learn the game, going through it as we go. I'm sure there's going to be lots and lots and lots of things in the game that I will completely miss because the game hasn't taught me them yet and I haven't figured them out yet. That's fine. That's not unexpected or unintended. The classic, let me struggle. Hey, Josmel, how's it going? Thanks so much for the raid, and Josmel playing some Star Rupture. I am not familiar with that game, but how was your stream? How was Star Rupture and all that good stuff? But welcome in, raiders, and thank you so much for that raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Alright. So let's try and find some clay. The game is heavily implied that I should be going after clay. I've been told it can be anywhere as long as it's above sea level. And it said I'll be seeing something like sparse grass or whatever was the block's descriptions, like sparse grass, red clay or whatever. I know I saw one earlier, but I didn't grab it at the time because I was running around trying to figure out stuff. How do you get new technology in the game? So there's not like a research or anything like that. It's you just have material requirements and you have to find the materials. And so some of those materials, like for example, the wood logs. The wood logs I couldn't get until I made an axe. Here we go. Red clay. Is it playing your finger? Hey, Kildrix! You've actually been one of the people who inspired me to play this game, because it's a game I've been asked to play a number of times. And I was like, I don't know. Like, it looked good, but I was like, I don't know. But, we're in this weird time right now with game-wise where a ton of stuff has come out. But, like, a lot of it just kind of doesn't really match the type of stuff that's going on. And while I've been absolutely enjoying RimWorld, I don't want to play just RimWorld. I got asked to play this game a whole lot of times. And before I saw you play, I was like, I don't know. But, seeing you play and all, I was like, oh, that looks pretty good, actually. So yeah, so we're learning. We're figuring it out. You mulling what to start with tomorrow? This is on your short list? Yeah, no, I know you've played a whole lot of that. Or this. We're gonna go dig up a whole lot of this red clay. Because I have a feeling we're gonna need a whole lot of this red clay. This does feel like the kind of game that materials like this, when you find them, you just grab it all. For those who don't know Kildrix, another fantastic content creator, plays a whole range of games, including Vintage Story, also RimWorld, and like a whole bunch of stuff like that. Definitely a good time. One of the channels I usually will hang out in before I pop on stream. So it's good stuff and all that. And for the record, this is my first time playing Vintage Story. And so while I have seen Kildrix play a little bit, it's one of those things that I didn't really watch very carefully kind of thing, so I mostly saw you standing around your base, because it's probably just the times I showed up, or you're getting murdered. I definitely remember you getting murdered in the dark, and me not being able to see at all what you were fighting. Those are two things I remember from seeing you play. Which makes sense, because when I had the light go on the dark, I was like, oh, you dark, you can't see anything. There is no fighting in the darkness. Alright, so just gonna go ahead and break the shovel on all this red clay and just pull it all up. There we go. That's what I'm gonna go with. I've got multiple stacks of red clay. I have no idea if that's a lot. Oh, this whole area is red clay. Okay, I'm glad I didn't craft up another shuttle. And this way should be towards home. Oh yeah, there's red clay all over here. Okay, so red clay is actually not super rare. This game is either standing around base crafting or getting murdered. There's very little in between. Yeah, no, I've already know there's like temporal storms because booted up the game, hit tab, it says 15 days until your first temporal storm. It's like, alright, I guess there's temporal storms. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's a bad time. Oh yeah, I was starting to dig a hole there. That's fine. Okay, so bear with me, chat. We're about to get hit with an ad break anyways. And so what I'm going to quickly do, actually don't even know if that pauses. This definitely pauses. What I'm going to quickly do is I got to step away for just a couple minutes, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven and all that stuff, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes. We'll pick up where we left off with Vintage Story, and we'll get it all sorted out. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and don't forget to follow if you are enjoying the content. Orange and home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Because I need that sorted right away. Because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. High Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That, I approve. You done good today, kid. I should tell the sad news. No. No, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused, unless I caused a laceration to the wool. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Or arms wide open. Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. Okay, so what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. I'm not gonna call it any specific group, because again, it's not about individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
I'm about to go. Alright, and let's pick up where we're at. Oh, we can close the handbook. Okay, so we got things going along. Let's go ahead and eat some more nutritionally devoid cattail root. Alright, so we got our clay. So what the heck do I do with my clay? Can be formed into basic pottery using control right mouse button on the ground to begin clay forming. Okay. I grabbed a lot of clay. Raw bowl, raw planter, raw cooking pot, raw crock, raw crucible, raw flower pot, raw ingot mold, red clay jar, red clay shingle, raw storage vessel, raw anvil mold. I have a lot of stuff to make here. Okay, let's evaluate what I actually need. All right, so I can make everything out of clay. So we were okay. So let's worry about trying to make something I can get ore with first. So clay forming, that's already what was there. Pick it up and put it in a pit kiln. Place clay products in a 1x1x1 hole, and then place dry grass, sticks, and firewood. Peat and coal can also be used instead of firewood. Ignite the fire of your clay products. Careful. Ignites nearby combustible blocks. The pit kiln is fueled with fire and will take 20 hours to finish. Peat will take 16 hours. Black and brown coal 12 hours, and charcoal 10 hours. I see. So that takes a while, so we need to make sure meal making. Create a bowl and a pot with pottery and fire them in a pit kiln. Once you have the fire pit, place that into the fire pit. This will add a cooking pot slots to the fire pit. I see. All used slots must hold the equal amount of items. Add up to 6 of each item, for 6 portions. Takes longer to cook. If you actually want to eat the meal instead of inhaling the sweet aroma, you will need a bowl. So basically I'm going to need bowls and a cooking thing. And if we do that, we'll get that. Food preservation. We can make crocks. And that'll slightly benefit. And then for smelting, we need tongs and a whole bunch of stuff. Ooh, that's going to be a whole thing. Templar stability. The cyan gear between your bar and hunger bar is your temporal stability meter. Staying in areas of low Templar stability will generate your Templar stability, which is indicated by the gear in the counterclockwise. If your Templar stability reaches 0, you will enter the Rust World, where tough enemies are more likely to spawn and you will be taking constant damage. that sounds awful. There is so... Oh, greenhouses. Once you obtain glass. Alright. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the approach of make everything. So we have a raw bowl. Stack of raw bowls. Raw cooking pots, a raw planter. A raw crock. And a crucible. Okay. So we'll start by making the cooking pots. Oh, I can add stuff. Alright. Apparently if I go too fast... it doesn't count. Alright, so we're gonna make a bunch of these. Must not comment on what the hand is doing. We're kneading clay, don't worry about it. Have you never tried to knead clay without a desk? I haven't either, but it sounds hard. Oh, I see. Left click remove, right click add. Ah, so I can resize it so I don't need to do it one tile at a time. But can I make a mistake and put a block in the wrong place? Yes, I can. Good to know. Alright, so maybe making a whole lot of these at the same time was not the move, but you know. The big thing I'm going to need is an alarming amount of firewood. Because that has to burn for 20 hours. That is not an insignificant amount of firewood we're going to be using. Okay. And I imagine all this stuff wears out, so I'll have to remake it periodically. And clay cooking stuff isn't exactly known for its longevity. Alright. Like, clay bowls can last a good while, but clay cooking ware is usually not exactly amazing. Got enough clay? I'm curious about that. I thought I was being over ambitious with all the clay I've got. I've got multiple stacks though, so we'll see. When I went down there and I just started hauling through like so many blocks, I was like, man, I'm sending like 4 or 5 stacks of clay. Alright, I'm expecting soon we will have the cooking pots done. Alright. No, stuff for preserving food, which I'll probably need to go out of my way to make sure. It did tell me I've got somewhere in the ballpark of 70 days before we hit winter, and at that stage food will be very difficult to come by. So the assumption being I need to get food preservation and extra supplies sorted by then. Okay, so I've got those molds done. Oh yeah, I got plenty of clay left. Alright, before we work on the next thing. Alright, so it told me we need to use the pit kiln. I'm just gonna type in kiln and see what other options we have. Alright, so we got a beehive kiln. That requires kiln doors and all that. That's gonna be stuff. Yeah, I was curious if there's gonna be like a stone kiln we could do. Alright, so pit kiln. So clay products need a 1 by 1 by 1 hole, then place dry grass. So place the clay product, then dry grass, sticks, and firewood. And I'm just gonna need a lot of wood. So let's go ahead and get the firewood cut. Alright. So you need sticks and grass. Okay, so let's get these holes going. Oh, put you back in my bar. Alright. That's not what I want to do. There's a 1 by 1. It says it will burn flammable stuff nearby. Okay, so we put the clay stuff down there. Oh, can I put more in one? Oh, okay. That's way better. Ah, I see how it works now. Okay. It tells you to put a bunch there. Come on, you can do it. Alright, well that's doing its thing. Okay. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Meanwhile, we go and we need to make ourselves another axe head. That's not true. I don't need another axe head. It's fine. We'll do the axe head as well. Alright, so one thing I want to test. Okay, so if I misclick, it doesn't matter. I was curious if you misclicked, if it just ruined it and you just had to get rid of the material. You just set the world on fire? Yeah, no, it's fine. Sometimes you just want to watch the world burn. It's just the way it is. Okay. Let's get a new shovel head. Oh, I have to put the rock in my hand, that's right. Alright. Yeah, so good news is I didn't really need much in the way of clay to do that. Alright, so I've got that being made. Food is going to be a problem soon, unfortunately, so I am going to have to deal with the food. So for the moment, let's go in here. I've got more clay than I know what to do. Let's chuck all the clay in there. I'll go ahead and chuck the firewood in there too. And that. So now I need to go find something we can eat. Which honestly has been just mushrooms and cattails is what I've been able to get a hold of easily. The voice sounded like Wendy from Don't Starve. If that was the voice. Yeah, like the weird sing-songy kind of sound, that is our character's voice. Okay, it doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, and we'll go over here. We are definitely going to need to find some kind of plant we can grow, because my assumption what will happen is we'll find, let's say it's an onion or garlic or whatever. My assumption is we'll find one, and then there'll be the catch of I can eat it, or I can plant it, and that, you know, each cycle I'll be able to get a little bit more, but then again, I can eat it, or I can plant it to try and upscale my production. I'm sure there'll also be things.
I'm gonna backseat now. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Don't make me turn this car around, man. I've already paid for this entire vacation to Disney, and the plane tickets, and everything else related to it, and we already have reservations and everything else going on, but I will definitely turn this car around if you don't behave. Pro tip, if you're going to threaten a kid with a punishment, only threaten with a punishment you're going to actually follow through with. Or they'll just learn that your punishment threats mean nothing. Now, obviously, there could be like a negotiation around it where you're like, hey, I said I was going to do this, but honestly, like that wasn't appropriate. I said that in the moment. Like that kind of thing. But generally speaking, if you're going to threaten someone with like consequences and you don't follow through, that just teaches them that consequences mean nothing. Okay. So I need to turn around and start making our food. Just trying to get a couple more cattails before we go back, because we need a lot of this to keep our hunger up. Okay, that'll do. I should probably make the raft. My guess is if we make the raft for stuff like this where we're going along the shore, it'll just mean we can travel faster. Okay. And we already tried pulling up this plant. It didn't seem to do anything of interest. You got muddy gravel. Okay, so we can go over to our stuff here. I'm going to need the firewood. Now the question is, does that still just hook up? Well, no, so I gotta relight it. Cool, so we're cooking food now. It'll take me a while to get used to the controls for that. Okay, so we got the firewood. We got the cattail reeds for making more boxes and all that later. For the moment, I just desperately need the food off of that. We are actively getting really close to starvation. I got one box of fullness left. Alright, so that's all fine. You've got that going. So we're gonna want to go ahead and keep the clay happening. So let me get another bite to eat. And then we're going to start forming our bowls. Because we got, the first thing we got is for cooking food. The next thing is I need the bowls for actually being able to portion it out. I am hoping this won't be one of those things that every bowl is one-time use kind of thing. Okay, so raw bowl. Okay, so it's centered on here. Oh, I'm out of clay. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Why can't I interact with it? Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy, I love you.
I love you too. Alright. So I can go and do this. And I'm assuming this one I only have to go like 2 layers up or something like that. It is interesting that, like, we start the building of it, and it slowly uses materials as I build this up. It's something like 10 of these tiny little bricks seems to equate to, like, 1... Cool, so I got the bowls. Let's go over here to this. And how are you doing? Grab you. Put you away, grab this. And we can make ourselves a new knife. I apparently need to go around to get all the grass ever. Okay, so pulling up the grass roots doesn't give me anything that I could see. So I'm grabbing a bunch of the grass real fast. So I've got all that for doing the clay stuff. All right. The heck are you? Oh. Okay, that was weird. Just enjoy myself a little bit of snack real fast. And then grab the firewood. This isn't going well. Well, I'm assuming this is what a temporal storm is, or what a temporal storm will do. Don't you open that door. They're not attacking it. Just hang on a minute, whatever you are's. Time out, I gotta make myself a new weapon. I don't think we opened that door. Because I think if we try to go through that door, that is where we die. The problem is eventually my food is gonna get too low. And I'm gonna run into that. And the other problem I have is eventually my fire is gonna go out. And things are gonna... Where do we get these people from? No idea. I was just chilling and they showed up. I'm assuming this is the temporal storm, like, leading into it or whatever. They do seem to not be attacking the door. I would imagine... Don't you push each other through the wall. Never played this? Your cog is going back and forth instead of just counterclockwise, so maybe it'll end soon. I mean, they just started showing up. My assumption is it'll be like a day-long event or like the entire night. Yeah, and that's what I figured is we were warned that there would be a temporal storm in 15 days, so I'm assuming it's a temporal storm. But, okay. Alright, that way we'll still be able to see. The problem is I took a lot of damage, and so I'm really not in a good place to fight. And as you can see, there's a bunch of them right here. And I just have that feeling if I open that door, I'm in it. And they've only got like 2-3 hits left before they finish me off. I remember there was... So it's honey or horsetail I can make policies with and all that. Maybe sleep. I don't have a bed or anything. I don't think I can make a bed either, but we'll see. We'll see what my bedding options are. So hay bed. We can make hay beds using dry grass. I also believe I have the setting on where I can't just sleep my way through a temporal storm. Alright, so we're about out of food. Okay. That goes to the original spawn if you die. Oh, I don't think I'm anywhere near close. Flax fibers. Okay, I've got one over there still. But it looks like the other ones have headed off. So let's go in here real fast. Grab my firewood. Oh, I see. You're running to find stones and then throwing the stones after me once you find one. Okay. So that was a mess. Be a mess of the map features yet? Not really. Are you finding the game? I'm enjoying it so far. We're still pretty early on. Okay. Come on. There you go. Alright, so we're getting low on sticks. Going to eat a bit more of this. I got tons of clay laying around. Alright. Let's make another crappy axe. And while we're sitting here, make another crappy knife. And another crappy spear. Yeah, so the durability on these stone tools, understandably, is utter rubbish. So we're making them work for now, but definitely not a long-term solution. Alright, so spear, grab you, put you here where the firewood is. We have the knife, grab you. Got 2 axes, grab you, drop you off. Drop the clay in here. Actually, I'll go ahead and put the clay, the firewood, and the grass, and the sticks in here for now. And the flax fiber. Yeah, I'll just drop all of that in so I'm only working with what we got. So those are burning. We're good here. We got all our food off of that, which we've already eaten all of our food. That's how fast we went through all that food. Can you make clay tools? I am actively working on it. That's actually what those 2 burning pits are, is I'm actively making clay stuff in there. They're pit kilns. So you just toss your clay stuff in the bottom, you pile a bunch of stuff to burn on top of it, and you just let it go until the clay is cured. Not cured, that's not the right word for it. But where you fired up the clay. The problem is it takes 20 in-game hours to do that. I mean, like clay knives? Wouldn't clay knives be way worse than stone knives? Clay is not a durable material, it's ceramic. In real life, clay is good about heat tolerance and being able to do stuff. But it's very powdery, very soft. Like even when you kiln it, it's not a super strong material. No idea. No, I imagine the next tools we're going to be getting is they'll probably be moving from stone tool to some like very, very crude kind of metal tools. So try and get through a bunch of this. The big thing I need is to find a better food source, because we've been basically just eating mushrooms and cattails, and so we need something much better than that. We are making our little crock pot things for cooking, but I'll need to double check what I was able to actually grow with those, or what I was able to actually cook with those. Let's actually check that. There's cheese making and all sorts of stuff. Oh, farming. Farming, it ain't much, but it's honest work. When you found several seeds found in a place to settle down, it's time to start farming. There are several factors that play into it. Soil fertility comes in 4 levels: low, medium, high, and terra preta. Try to avoid planting crops in low fertility soil. They might struggle to mature in a timely manner. Moisture is needed for crops to grow. Planting crops within 3 blocks of water will help them maintain good moisture levels. However, you can grow crops on ground with no water nearby using a watering can or natural rainfall. Soil nutrients, temperature, harvesting requires a scythe. You've got pests such as animals that can be a problem. Yeah, so it's crocs. Clay forming. Clay, yeah, where are you? Yeah, cooking pot. Meal making guide. Here it is. Right, so we can make porridge where the first 2 slots must be grain, but then you can add other stuff. Vegetable stew requires soy. Soup first requires water and a vegetable. Scrambled eggs requires eggs. Jam requires that. So I actually don't have any of the things. We've gotta find something. We gotta find something arable. Something I can grow. Let's see, well, there are ceramic knives, and they're great, especially industrial ceramics. Found vintage generally can't make it a pit kill with raw clay. Yeah, no, ceramic knives won't be using clay. They found any seed jets? I have not found any seed yet. Sorry, let me take it back. I found tree seeds, but I haven't found any crops. Alright, so just quickly trying to get her some wood. And then there's this field over to the right I haven't explored. I thought I saw a plant that's like a tall, lighter color plant that could potentially be some type of grain. Or it could barely nothing. We got all the ferns. Oh, I have some type of vehicle here. Got anything to trade? I can sell to you heavy tool belts, linen. I can't give you any of these things. You're only selling like doors and that, so I don't care anyways. Yeah, this is the one I saw from up there. Pear tree leaves. I'm not running all the way over here. I was really hoping... Wait. Can be planted or grafted. Okay. There's plant grafting in this game? Cranberry bush, alright. So we can prune it. Alright. So we got cranberry bushes here. That's something. Yeah, no, I'm deliberately going to be trying to grab the berries I can off of what I can. We're going to replant these cranberry bushes nearer to where we live. Yeah, so the pear tree, it looks like I can transplant it over to my property. Well, where I'm living, I shouldn't say my property, where I'm living. And that might be good. Bauxite sand. Well, bauxite is aluminum. I'm trying to get a bunch of stuff we can eat. It'll try and get ourselves some stuff growing. Speaking of plant grafting, your sister planted 2 little trees this spring, an Asian pear and 1 apple. Both are supposed to be self-fertile, and the apple has like 4 different types of apple it produces from different grafted, but it'll be nice to see what happens. Oh yeah, the wild thing with some of that stuff these days is what you can accomplish with plant grafting. Because like you can get like different types of trees that the tree really produces well, but normally would be very vulnerable to like root disease or whatever. And you can just graft it with a tree that's very hardy against root disease, but like, you know, maybe doesn't produce well. So you just stick the root. Oh, bear. Bear's scary. Well. Oh, there's a rip icon. Okay. You only just learned learned tree fruits as is a thing. Learn tree fruits. Oh, where they graft a whole bunch of stuff together. Yeah, and I poked the bear and it poked me back, and it does seem you have a magic hit point in this game. For those who don't know what a magic hit point in the game is, it's where you take a hit and it puts you down to like 1 health, but it doesn't kill you even though it should have killed you. And they do that because, one, it gives you those clutch saves and everything that make the game very satisfying. Yeah, 40 different fruits, same genus or whatever grafted onto one tree. Yeah. Where they basically have like different branches are grafted from a whole bunch of different trees that each branch is producing a different thing, that kind of stuff. There's lots of really cool stuff like that. Like, a lot of really neat things happen with grafting. Alright. Oh, is there like a map? Okay, so that's a bit of a hike, but that's fine. I didn't feel like I ran that far at the beginning, but that's okay. Oh, to be fair, it's running not to where I build my shelter, but like past my shelter to where we ran to the bear. Because you identify as a fruitless fruit tree, the tree of 40 fruits is very cool to you. Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's really slick to see what they do with grafting. It's kind of interesting. Like, if you go to agriculture places, you'll see it a lot. And, like, you won't notice anything, but you'll just look at the bottom of the tree, and it'll be just a couple of inches of the bottom of the tree that just look different. It's fine, I'm just gonna keep going. I don't have much hunger left. It's fine, bear, be cool. Can you mark the map like the rip icon? I haven't checked. Yes. I want to do that for where my base is so I don't lose my base. I know Killdrix likes to do the thing where he plays the game where he's not allowed to use maps for stuff like Valheim. But, that sounds frustrating to me. There's a weirdly flat spot up ahead. You couldn't do it in Vintage Story. You spend 60 hours building a base to lose it. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With how much it seems like this game you have to put into everything, it would just get way too frustrating way too fast. Alright, so let's go in here and rearrange stuff, hopefully before that bear decides to come back and maul us. So there's the axe, the knife, the fire starter. Get you out of here. That's a weird rock formation over there. Alright. Got some mushy mush. Got a raccoon over there. And as absolutely one, I want to try and get ourselves some crops going. And I'm hoping I could transplant those berry bushes. And by doing that, we can use those berry bushes as like a renewable food. Now I noticed it mentioned I have to worry about like the soil fertility and all that, which will be interesting because that implies I'm probably going to need to do like composting and stuff like that and fertilizer and everything. So I'm really curious the depth they're going to go with all that stuff. Mushroom plus water equals soup? Yep. No, in real life, but like right now, it doesn't matter if I can make it to soup if I get home. If I don't make it home because I starved to death along the way. Because I gotta figure out where I live because I didn't mark it. You calm down, whatever animal you were. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have to get that all set up. Plus, I still think I have a little while longer left on our clay bowls and all that. But I think I'll starve to death before our clay bowls are done. Because it did warn me you have to like cook them for, you have to kill them for like 20 in-game hours, so basically an in-game day for all intents and purposes. Alright. And I'm sure if we get something like a stove or whatever, it probably has the same idea of where we're making our little campfire. It's just way more fuel efficient, so I have to cut down half a forest just to keep our food rolling in. I'm pretty sure I live really close to here. I think we're just east of this spot. At least with Valheim you can navigate with the world tree. Yeah. Like, you'd be like, alright, well, I'm generally in this direction from the world tree. You know, it's not going to be enough that you're going to easily spot, like, oh, I need to go, like, 15 degrees to the east or whatever. Just be like, alright, well, the world tree should be a little bit more to my east. And then, you know, look for where you made, like, a big spire or something that you can see at a distance. Like, whatever your landmark you made for yourself was. Okay, so we got some cranberries. I'm kind of curious if I'll be allowed to plant the cranberries themselves. There's my home. The cranberries themselves to get new bushes, since cranberries are just seeds. Well, they're berries with seeds in them. Alright. So what I'm realizing with this is I need to have water within 3 tiles. So let's see how well that works. Okay, cranberry bush is empty. Now the question is, will that work like in real life, where real life the water would slowly work its way up? I'm also noticing it doesn't seem to actually be reaching the end of this. Alright. Call it a hunch. Let's go ahead and lower this ground. Where's the hoe? Should I? There it is. So unfortunately, it does look like, to make this work, I'm gonna have to lower these. That's okay. Can we drop all you in here? Oh, I still think I have a big stack of firewood in here, don't I? All right. Oh, so that's going. And what are you? Low fertility soil? There you go. It's weird it only flower... It's weird it only flows so far. Yeah. All right. Giving myself a little bit more of a channel here. I guess that'll be the end there. Let's drop this off. Gonna get a bunch of wood in here. Grab you out here and you out here. Go there. Plunk you in here. Oh, right, we got the pear trees. So first, let's grab you. The water flows in my... Oh, I have no idea what the amount is. It's been so long since I played Minecraft. Just about anything you told me, I'd be like, yeah, that's probably right. %40 survival chance. Okay. Alright, that's not amazing. Well, so in theory, 1 to 2 of those should make it. On the average. Yep, no, I'm sure there's ways to get it to sort out. Did I not get more? I got the logs. Did I not get more sticks than that? Really? Okay, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, so I've got my cooking pots that are ceramic here. Working on the other ceramic stuff there. Can I see how much longer I have on you? No, that's fine. So those seems rough. It does seem like the kind of game that's gonna just take a while. So we have a raw planter, cooking pot, raw crock, crucible, smelt ores in a fire pit, ingot molds and all that. Okay, cast metal ingots for storage or later use in anvil. So this is for... Okay. You can do clay shingles. A raw storage vessel, 12-slot container, good for preserving grains and vegetables. Raw anvil mold. And then there's a watering can. Very effective for putting out fires. So a 12-slot container, good for preserving grains and vegetables. We'll definitely want that. Let's go ahead and make one of those. I'm assuming this is going to be a whole big thing so far as material requirement. This thing's gonna be huge is what this is gonna be. Alright. Because then we'll make this. So that way if we do start getting any of those grains and all that, we could store it. Because everything has an expiration date. And it does seem like surviving our first winter is going to be the hard part. So a big part of that's going to be getting some type of really good farming setup going. Now we can get a bunch of food made before winter, and hopefully have enough storage to ride through the winter. Because otherwise, they warned me that the animals will give me less meat during the winter, and that you won't be able to grow stuff, and a lot of the forageals will be way harder to get a hold of. Alright. But it does seem like we're going to want to make the thing for melting metal. And we're going to want to make the ingot molds. As well as, like, the anvil. So I'm assuming the way it can work is we can make the molten metal and we can put it into a mold, and then that mold will give us the good. Versus ingots are when you use the anvil and you bang on it to, like, make sharpened stuff and all that. So I think next I'll make a set of crucibles as well as a, set of ingot mold. Well, sorry, we'll make the crucible. Then I'll probably make the anvil mold. Actually, you know what? I could probably check. I might be able to just literally go crucible directly to a mold for a piece of equipment. For, like, the low quality stuff. And then the anvil's probably the higher quality stuff. Alright. Almost done with the jar. I'm a little worried. Let's grab this just in case things get out of hand. Okay, just shovel that all into our mouth. Get our hunger topped off. Okay. Stop throwing things, you're a big meanie. Okay. So yeah, so you can put in a pit kiln. I still need more grass. All right. There's the grass. Then I need sticks. I need logs. Alright, let's try and get this going. Cool. So I can put you away. While they're doing their thing out there, we'll just keep on working in here. All right. Yeah, it's definitely a game that if you had a couple of people go way faster, you could be like, oh, hey, you go get the food. I'm going to work on crafting up some weapons. Like that kind of thing can happen. Yeah, that type of collaborative gameplay. Alright, so I've got plenty of axes. Let's go ahead and make ourselves another knife. Ow. I'm pretty sure I just hit myself. Bounced the rock off the ground and just smacked myself with it. Okay, we can drop you off. Actually, give those back. Drop off the clay. Drop off the mud. Drop this all off in here. You know, this game's solo, but it's really good multiplayer. You'd love to do an RP economy server using the auction house for player roles like farmer and blacksmith. I could see where that'd be a lot of fun. Oh, wait, we want those sticks back, don't we? The sticks that I don't actually have. That's fair. Alright. What can I use of the flax fibers? Flax twine, which we can use to make a bunch of clothing. That requires 4 flax. So for right now, I'll just chuck that in there. Now a nice nap to the, you know, horrible screaming noises in the distance. All right. So we woke up because we are hungry. Got what I came for. What are you? I hate whatever that is. Alright, I need sticks. That's the reason I'm not fighting is I've got a knife until I get some sticks. I made some spearheads. It's got nothing to put them on. I doubt these things are going to let me just sit here and cut down a whole tree. That said, the way I just climbed that, I'm not sure they'll figure out how to climb up. Alright. Yeah, so I think what we need to do with the clay now is the next thing is we're going to do is make a set of the clay crucibles. And we're gonna have to figure out what I can do to get myself ore. My assumption is the ore underground, like if I find iron or anything like that, is I probably just won't have the tools to mine it. Whereas I might be able to find some like loose copper or whatever in the water or something. I don't know. And don't spoil it. But my assumption is we'll find something like that. Because actually, wait, did we have a pick? No, it's a till. I don't think we were able to make a stone thing. You can now make a spear? I can make 1 spear, because out of all that, I got 1 stick. There we go. We got some sticks out of that one. It's also looking like those enemies buggered off. You definitely need to upgrade our kit, though. Because I could take a couple of them at a time, but once they start swarming, we just break our spear. Does the moss change anything on the log? I don't believe so. Not that I've noticed. It just seems like it takes an extra hit to take the log off. Right. I should mark my home on the map. You are correct. Oh, hey. There was the spot where I began building, and I lost track of it, and it was like, well, we have a better stuff going on here. What are you? Oh, you're just... Or a large tree that's just small. Oh, jeez. Can I look at the vortex? Oh, no, yeah. That's the thing where it warned me it'll pull me into, like, the alternate world if I hang out too close to it. That's full of enemies. And I'm assuming good materials and all that. But... It won't do me any good if I die immediately going in there because we're not ready for anything. Give me the wood. You're just wasting that fuel. And we do have a large tree here. Alright, so the peach trees are coming along. We'll flower in 8 days. So that's good news. In the meantime, I need food. Let's round the field and see if we can't find more cranberries. Because with those, I can bring the cranberries bushes back. And if we can build up enough of supply, that becomes a much better food source. Because while we've been doing pretty... Oh, I thought it was different. Sorry, I thought it was a different plant. Because while the cattail roots have worked pretty okay, they're just... I have to kill the plant to get the root system, to then eat it. And so I'm having to run farther and farther just to get food. I still didn't mark my home. I didn't even think about it until I got farther away. I'm quickly running out of hunger. Are you something new? Water crowfoot. Doesn't seem to do anything. Alright, that's stones. Very beggars can't be choosers kind of situation. I'm not getting nearly enough food. You're standing on Pete? Yeah, this is fair. Yeah, the peat has been mostly for, you're seeing the option for that for doing the clay stuff a bit faster. I think I'm taking too much in the time that I need to get back so I can start cooking this, so I at least get a couple bars of hunger. Oh, if I can get this really fast. I'm hoping that as we starve, it slowly drains our health, and we don't just, like, immediately fall over dead. I'm guessing that's how it works. Don't spoil. So I'm going to be pushing a little bit hard here and get all this cattail. Or at least as much as a knife will put up with. I'm trying to just rush. I'm assuming we die pretty rapidly once we run out of food. This is the last one. I should have already been on the move. So we swim faster underneath the water. Okay. I have no idea what you do with the seashell, but that's new, so I'm going to grab on the drive-by. I see you, food. Sadly, I need to be moving. Alright, the hunger bar's about to bottom out, and like I said, I don't know what happens. I'm expecting my life to drain. I'm just expecting to be very aggressive. But there is a chance, like, literally it hits 0 and we just fall over dead. Okay, home should be right over here somewhere. There you are. Okay. Drop you up here. Run over there. Grab the firewood. Drop it in. It sounds of any indication you're taking slow damage. Yeah, no, I'm watching. It's not actually nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I genuinely thought the Moe hit it was just going to be like a block a second kind of dropping. So, what do we got going on with the shell? I can grind it into lime. I don't... Okay. That's fine, I'll leave it right there. Okay, it's fine. No, 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 no. I'm trying to eat. Let me eat. Well, and I was right there. You like the weird harmonica noises? Yeah, that's our character's voice. You get to choose, like, if you want to be like a deeper sound or a higher pitch one. You do not like that thing? Yeah, and it looks like they're coming out from underneath the ground. So it could be one of those things that it might be worth me using all that dirt I've collected and just plug up the holes underground. For right now, until I'm ready to go spelunking. Okay. There's so much water over here. I'm also trying to keep my eyes open in case we find more cranberries, or I'm guessing there's probably gonna be other berries like blueberries, raspberries, that kind of thing. But whatever we find in that regard. any berry bushes. I'm assuming we'll be able to grow mushrooms as well. But we'll need to, like, make a, cool, damp place for them to grow or something like that. Okay, there's the home. And I saw a vortex thing right by our home, which does concern me, but also not exactly there's a whole lot I could do about that. Okay, so going on the theory that they're popping up from underground and attacking me. I got all this spare dirt. Cool. We got that all plugged up. Because it's a thing I can mine myself a new way down if I need it. That'll do for now. It gets out of our inventory. Okay, so we're still working on the big pot there. I got our bowls. And I will need more firewood. Didn't I make... Oh yeah, I made a whole stacks. Alright, so I can put you down here for the firewood. Keep that going for right now. Okay, so let's rearrange our stuff. So put that there, put this here, put you there, put that there. You don't need to be here. The rest is all fine. Okay. So let's grab some clay and start getting the next thing made. Oh, I already have a bunch of clay on me. So I can go to our clay real quick. Actually, let's not do that. What I should do with the clay is I should save doing all the clay stuff for, like, end of day. Let's first actually remember to do this, which is to go M right here. Do this. Home. Green. Save. All right. So we are on the lookout for any type of berries, any type of crops. That was what I started building previously. All right. I guess in the meantime, I'll grab these on the way through. Trying not to be dependent on the cattails, but until I locate our stuff, this is what we've been making our way by on. At least we got the cranberry bushes. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping I'll be able to take the cranberries from the cranberry bushes and then plant those to get more cranberry bushes. I don't know if that'll be a thing or not. Some games they let you, some games they don't. Or it could also be those things that you planted, but you only have a percentage chance of them making it, so there is definitely an algebra to be done about, like, okay, is it better that I make sure I get my food now, or do I invest the time to try and get future food? And obviously the future food is the long-term thought that you definitely need to do to a certain degree, but you need the short-term to get to the long-term kind of thing. Alright. Plus I'm getting all these reeds, so at a minimum I can make the reed boxes and all that. Alright, so I really need to be heading back. It's getting dark. Yeah, I'm seeing nothing but birch over here. Alright, well, we're heading back. Ooh, actually, what's... Is that tree a peach tree? Are you a special tree friend? Your tree that's gonna get in my pocket? Young cherry tree. Yeah, the game design in terms of short-term, long-term, you describe really well. I heard something skulking about. Let's go ahead and work our way back home. Hopefully I don't get caught in the dark before it gets too dark. Another nice consideration I have is if I can get these trees planted. My assumption is like in real life with the trees. Hi, weird vortex thing. As you get these trees planted, they should be effectively just a renewable food thing where I chuck it in the ground. They might have the thing like in real life where it takes a good while for them to start producing well. Is this another one? Can you spearfish? Maybe. I have seen the fish. I haven't tried to spearfish yet. Okay, take all this. I'll worry about planting those trees in the morning. Just in case something sneaks in. Okay. So for right now, you chuck that there. Put the firewood here. I don't know how much space I need between these. I'm guessing one tile. Don't spoil it for me, by the way. I'm guessing one tile between them, but that very well could be too close. And I just realized... Okay, that was... Not sure if I accidentally ripped it off its hinges or exactly what happened there, but that's somewhat alarming. Known bug? Gotcha. Okay. So you can enjoy yourself some stuff. You even tried to go and you accidentally rip the doors off the handle. Problems superheroes deal with. Those game, but now your friends play it? Yeah, no, I imagine that seems like a kind of pretty standard problem you'd likely have with a game like this. Alright, so since we're stuck chilling for right now, and I got things I gotta make. Okay, so let's make some raw crucibles. Because I'll do is I'll make these, and then we can put them all for being crafted in the morning. It does seem like what I would ultimately want to do is make our home big enough that we can do all this indoors. So that when there's the monsters outside and I want to just get things done, we can do that. Now granted, I'm sure at some point there'll be enemies that can get inside our base or whatever. That's something to be dealt with. Also want to make an underground area for a cellar and all that for storing our food, because they mentioned that's a mechanic. But the point is I got a lot of crafting stuff I need to do. Ideally, I don't want to be stuck sleeping through the night, because that's valuable time I could be working on things. Alright, well, before we go farther with that, I should have some grass in here and a stick. Do I not have any sticks left? Cool. Oh no, there they are. Okay, we can get you. I put another one there. I'm not going to light them both. We'll leave that so I get a light source. And then when it burns out, I can just turn to the other side and light the other one. Okay. Again, our crucible's made. Then the question is going to be getting stone. We haven't gone underground yet, but I suspect that's what's going to happen. The big question is, am I going to be able to find loose stuff? Because I have a feeling to actually mine it, I need tools I can't make. Okay, so got a set of crucibles. We have the flower pots. Let's get some ingot molds while we're here. Do I know if I need those? Not really. But that's okay. Just gonna make a little of all the things. Well, that'll actually work out well. We can plunk these all down. And just go right down the middle. Okay. I keep holding this thinking I need to hold it. Okay, so we got some of those. We have clay jugs, roof shingles. We already have a storage base. Let's get the anvil mold. I'm sure this thing's going to be an obnoxious amount of materials. It's probably one I don't have to use many times. Okay, so we can do this. I see. All right, we can just do this. This way. Okay, we've got that. I can go down here. Keep it down out there, man. People trying to work in peace. All right. It'll be interesting when we can start making our place of like stone or brick or something like that. Oh yeah, this is a one-time mold. I get the way this one is. You fill it up and then you just smash the side off of it kind of thing. So you just break away all the clay and it's gone. Makes sense. This is definitely using a lot of clay. This is those ones I'm hoping you make the anvil once you never have to worry about again, or if you do have to eventually replace it, it's like because you're doing a major thing. What is outside? It's nightmare fuel. Bunch of little zombie things, probably Cthulhu beasts or whatever. But I have the power of thin, incredibly sad, like, thatched door. They look like they want hugs? I'm sure they do. But consent is key, and I am not consenting. Drifters are their name? Gotcha. So a raw watering can. We'll get that. I don't know if we'll have to worry too much about all that stuff, but worry about that. I was kind of curious if I cut away the clay like this, if it would just absorb the rest. It's fine. This is just normal practice. Whenever you're feeling threatened and you're trapped in your home, you just do pottery. The key is to distract yourself from whatever anxiety-inducing situation you have that you have no control over. Alright. Plus, I pulled up a ridiculous amount of clay, so I might as well put it to use. So I figure I'm gonna make the molds and all that for everything. And then I'll just have it ready for when I need it. Okay. Yeah, so I think one of the other things to work on is to start expanding my actual home as we're able. So once we get like our food situated, expand our home to have like an underground area so we can do all like crafting and all that down below, have our kiln and all that. Do I have a box I set aside for this already? Yeah, because we got the crucible. That's 4 things I can cook right now. Yep, they're still just out there chilling. Alright. So raw axe mold. Okay. I'm just using the big one to very messily put this down. Okay, if I click wrong, it will remove it again. Okay, and we got the axe mold. So we've got a fox blade, hammer, helve hammer, hoe mold, lamella, pickaxe mold, prospecting pick mold. Alright, let's get the pickaxe mold. Because imagine I'm going to end up needing that. And some of the stuff I might be making really far in advance. It's just going to sit in a box for a very long time. That's okay. The clay seems like it's not the hardest thing to come by. So if I waste a little bit that I don't get to use for a while. Okay, let's get whatever this blade is. Alright. Yeah, should make sure we go out our way to get the prospector's pick. Prospector's pick is usually, it's like a hammer on one side and a pickaxe on the other. A lot of time you do that with more exploratory stuff. Is this spoiler tell you can look things up by pressing H? It's actually D on my keyboard, but yeah. No, I mean it's not a thing. The game flat out tells me that. So let's get the prospecting pick. Yeah, no, I'm aware. We've used it quite a bit, actually. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? Like, right now, I've got a bunch of clay. I got time to kill because there's nightmare fuel outside. So just kind of doing that. Yep, the tutorial goes to the menus. Yes, it did. But I'm doing good. Checking out a Vintage Story for the first time. Been having fun with it so far. We're just ignoring the nightmare fuel outside my home. An axe and a hammer? Madness. Low key, when I was much younger, so I've got a rock collection that I collect, I was collecting since I was a kid or whatever. And that was actually one thing I always wanted, was a prospector's pick. Which I had no reason to get it. Like, it's not like I was going down into caves and collecting my stuff myself. I mean, that's not, I never did it. But, almost never did it. Like, it's like, did it once or twice in my entire life where I had the opportunity to go to an area that had been, like, a mine or whatever. And pop down there and get stuff. But it's a very touristy kind of thing. It wasn't like genuine like spelunking, exploratory, whatever. Hammer, hell of hammer, which I'm assuming is just a different kind of hammer. But yeah, there's definitely a point where I really wanted a prospector's pick. Because I was just like super into it. It's like, oh, well, people who do this, they have a prospector's pick. Classic tween thought process. Legit people who do this, they have this tool, therefore I need this tool. Well, are you in a situation where you're going to use it? No. But, you know, if I'm legit, I have to have it. Okay. We're almost done with making one of everything that we can make with the clay molding like this. I'm also almost out of clay. Alright. It keeps getting silent out there for just a second. I'm like, oh, they finally went away. My assumption is they will just hang around even after it hits daytime until I go out there and I fight them or run off enough that they despawn. Oh, here, this one I'll just fill the whole thing in and then just pop out the holes. Some of these things you never bothered with, mostly cosmetic. Yeah, I didn't make the shingle mold. I'll be clear about that. I didn't make the shingle mold. I could definitely see on my own time that's the kind of thing I can get into, or just kind of chilling working on that. And I will run out of clay doing this. Alright, so dropping all these in here. And those. What am I hearing? I was really hoping I could take their spears. Come on. Lag, crash. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's start harvesting them. They're really hungry. So did you give me anything weird? Cthulhu monster thing? Do head shops do more? I'm not sure what part of it is the head. Like the drifter's the head's pretty straightforward. Oh yeah, I forgot I actually had a whole stack of food just sitting here. Alright. Then get you out of the way. Alright. Cool, so I got that. Got some spare food here. I have a storage vessel. We can chuck that here for a minute. Okay, so I need a bunch of grass, a bunch of sticks, and a bunch of firewood. So there's some firewood. But I need sticks, and I need grass. Let's go for the sticks first. Because those are ones I don't have right by my house. And the sticks will probably need somewhere in the area of like... I guess I'll aim for like 20 or something. Okay. Alright. So we definitely need to be able to get ourselves a lot more of a lot more. But we are making progress. We're making all these, we're making the crucibles and all that. The things I need to figure out is, again, more food. That is just going to be a big problem. Is I need to get more bushes. I need to find, like, wheat or barley or sorghum or carrots or something. Because we can get that. My assumption is we'll be able to grow that, and it'll probably take a good chunk of time to get that. But once we get a whole bunch of that kind of stuff, we can make a whole lot of porridge. And it should keep relatively well. I'm assuming I'll be able to get a decent volume of food out of it as well. My biggest concern is the soil's nutrients. Because they do have a whole thing where about nitrogen, potassium, and all that. And I'm assuming we'll need to do some type of like composting or fertilizing or something of that nature as we harvest stuff, because the nutrients will get used up by the plants. They'll need to re-up it. And just depending on the way the game works and how all that's going to work. Because in real life, you can take, you know, leaves and sticks and all that kind of stuff. You can compost that. You can take extra, like, you know, any extra plants you got, and as it rots, you can go ahead and compost that. There's a whole things about when you're composting, like, in real life, not commercially, but residentially, that you have your greens and your browns. And that, you know, you balance it out. And that's basically getting into, like, what's going to give you nitrogen versus other stuff. Pretty soon, this forest up on this hill is going to be effectively gone. Pretty view? Yeah. Well, I kind of was debating at the very beginning. I was like, oh, let me build up on a hill. And I was like, no, let me just find an open flat space. Because I don't really know what we need and what we don't need in this game. I could easily see putting in all the time to start building up on a hill and then realizing, like, oh, no, the materials I need are way down here. So I just got to do this whole big chore running back. Probably cut down this one last tree here. And I'm gonna run around in the field for a little bit cutting grass, hoping to find some bushes. Because right now the only like renewable plants I've got is we got a couple of trees that might give me pears and all that. Each one has a slightly worse shot of surviving than not. So the fact that I planted something like 9 of them now, in theory I should get roughly 3 of them. Like, you know, obviously that's just going with statistical averages. If I got anywhere from 2 to 4, I heard a lot from Effective. Oh, that's no fun. Yeah, that's not a good time. So again, all that grass I need. Got antibiotics, it takes time to work? Yeah. Alright. So, while we're out here, let's just take a quick little jog around. And I'm just hoping we can find either some more fruit trees, or carrots, or parsnips, or whatever's available in this game. Shirt sand? I don't know, you know what that is. What are you? Oh, puffballs. Type of mushroom. Red top grass flower. And does that do anything? Nope. Get out of here. Oh, we got red currant. So I'm grabbing these, and the reason I'm grabbing them and not just leaving them wild. Yeah, it's another type of thing. Got field mushroom. That's in our flower. Black currant. Growing rye. Did you give me the seed? Rye seeds. Okay, cool. We got rye. They only got 1 set of rye seeds. So they don't always give seeds. Now the potential for whiskey. Considering... So that's either like grasshoppers or cicadas or something, or like a rattlesnake. Okay, it looks like there are bugs bouncing around on the ground. Okay. I was just hearing that being like, okay, either this is something I don't need to worry about, or this is something I really should worry about. And there's no really in between here. Ooh, what's all the purple on here? Heather. Okay, so heather, I believe, is just a flower that's not something I can really use. I'm just surprised it's so densely packed up here. I got another puffball mushroom down there. Cornflower is just a flower. It's not actually corn. Got maple. Ooh, what's that? That's just forest floor. Never mind. Okay, so let's start making our way up here. So we got a bunch of goodies. I got rye. I got a bunch of currant, both red and black currant. I got a bunch of berries. So my hope here is we could definitely plant the bushes. That part's easy. Then the next question comes up. Can I plant the berries to try and get more bushes? Or do I just eat the berries? Or make soup or something with the berries, I don't know. Because the berries themselves don't last very long. And supposedly there's like ice caps and everything to this world, so my assumption is we'll have to travel to get materials. But hopefully with some work we'll be able to really get around the map a lot easier. Yeah, like we've been able to make a raft. I saw it earlier and I didn't make it. I made the comment that with this area, especially this giant body of water, it would probably be worth my effort to make some kind of boat or raft, just because then instead of having to do this weird hopping back and forth, I could kind of go across, because that looks like it might, well no, it looks like it was yellower. Yeah, so I got like different biomes around here. Because you can travel a lot of distance by the water, you could potentially get to other biomes quicker. Oh cool, I have a giant vortex thing right next to my home. Love it. Perfect. Just what I've always wanted in my life. Oh, okay, so let's see if I can remember how to deal with this. So first... buried that as far as we could there. We're not ready for the rest of it. I did get some flax and drop that off. So I got the puffballs and all that. Did I not have the cooking pot here somewhere? Where did I put the cooking pot? Where did I put the cooking pot? Ah, there it is. Okay. I don't actually know how I get water in that yet, so I probably need to get the pitcher for water. Okay, so worry about that in a minute. In the meantime, we can go to you. I need to eat. Go and eat the mushrooms. Yeah, so we got cranberry. Yes, we got a cranberry bush. So that's fine. I can just huck that right here. And I didn't get any cranberries themselves, but that's fine. Alright, so let's go in here real fast. I need to make myself another knife. So let's grab some stones. Jam out of the berries? Yeah, no, I figured that much. Because I already mentioned, like, preserving stuff and all that. Okay. So with this, let's go down here where this grass is growing in. Because I need the grass. And I also want to use this area for growing more berry bushes. All right. So let's see. If I take a black currant, the berry. It looks like I can just eat it. I'm okay with this. Okay, so there's the black currant bushes. Okay. You know, it's been fun so far. I'm gonna go clean this up more so we can open up more farmland. And I know it said it can go 3, so I don't need to irrigate this much. And plus we're at a weird angle, so it's not gonna... I'll just pretend it's fine. Alright. So I got a bunch more of the grass. I still need more. Alright. I'm assuming when we get a scythe instead of a knife, this will just be way faster. Like, I'll be able to do areas of grass or something like that. Alright, so we got more of this to put down. Okay, let's grab our sticks. I need way more sticks. Alright. There's at least 8. Potentially more. Alright, so get this going, because then we can get all those other clay things we've got set up over there. Alright, let's get this all cooking over here. Okay, you're ready for firewood. You need a couple more sticks. We still have that vortex over there I'm choosing to ignore. I also need more sticks to make more weapons to defend ourselves again. Okay. Cool, so that should be down to the point where now I just need the firewood. I got lots of things to burn. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Okay. So get this one going. And this one going. I'm surprised at everything going on here. There's no leveling mechanic, like you get a little bit better at starting fires. Like, it doesn't need to be a big thing. It just feels like this is the kind of game that give us lots and lots of progression mechanics. Alright, so we've got that. I need... And think of all that. I hope you're having a good time. We got the current. Minecraft Story? No. So Vintage Story, while it aesthetically looks like Minecraft, it's very, very, very much like, you know, a really, really deep and involved survival game. So you have, like, napping and all that sort of stuff. Okay, so we've got that. We'll grab our stick. So there's definitely similarities. Not to say there's no similarities at all, but mostly it's down to the aesthetics. All right, so I would need the hoe head. Making our spearhead to defend ourselves when the temporal storm thing starts. Only look, yeah. Now it's mostly like cosmetically similar.
Thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for subscribing for 10 months.
And thank you, Elizabeth, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 10 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot that you'd use that. You only get one of those a month, and you use it here. So thank you so much for that. I've been enjoying the stream and all that. Alright. I'm a little thrown off by the fact that the water didn't Keep going this way. There we go. Alright, so you got a bunch of red current. Nope, Cthulhu's monster. You stay. Bad dog. Bad dog. Okay, well, I'm thinking we go ahead and have ourselves a little sleepy sleep and not mess with that. It really looked like a Minecraft mod. From what I understand, apparently way back in its lifetime, that was where it began, and then just deviated farther and farther from it. So they like broke it off into its own game. And I made the comment as well. That is not what I wanted. I was trying to eat my berries. Let's put our door back on. All right. So, okay. Temporal gear. I'll read what that is in a minute. This is inspired by the Terraform Craft Minecraft mod, but the authors apparently found Minecraft to be too restrictive and remade the game from scratch. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. When you're building a mod on an existing game, you almost are always going to be less optimized and all that, just by the nature of you are kind of bolting your code on top of someone else's code. Okay, that's a little annoying. No, creepy spider thing. I went to sleep with the expectation of waking up and being past this. Of course I'm not. Alright. I don't have any sticks left, though. But there was something I needed the flax fibers for. What was that? Alright, so it's making the flax twine, that's right. I go boom, 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 boom. Flax twine. And the flax twine I can use to make... Like, these leggings are constructed with several layers of thinly quilted thing, though not as many as the gave her some, in order to retain flexibility. So it gives us protection, it increases our hunger rate, and moves down or reduces our slow thing. So basically we're going to have tons of things. So we would need linen. And that requires a sewing kit, so we can ignore all that. We have saddles, we have simple bow. Okay, so I'm going to need a lot of that to do anything with it. But the point is, we got that. Let's toss that in here. So let's see what this gear thing is. Temporal gear can be shattered to create a returning point. Can be used with a knife to restore temporal stability with some pain involved. Shimmering yet somehow sturdy, seems to endlessly turn a constant level of inertia, even when resisted. Obtained by killing immobilized Eidolon. Obtained by killing and harvesting, and it's just a bunch of enemies. It is an ingredient for a temporal gear necklace, a resonator, a tuning spear, a rickety translocator. What would be the point of the gear necklace? Requires tuning cycles. Well, that is a whole lot of stuff I have no idea about. So I'm going to go with the strategy of I'm throwing it in the box. It doesn't exist. It can't hurt us. All right. I'm out of food again. I'm always out of food. I wanted to finish planting this stuff, but I kind of really gotta get the food handled here soon. So let's get this planted real fast. Now we've got the rye. Hey, Vituri. How's it going? So right now I'm just gonna really quick and dirty just give myself one tile here, then we gotta stop and get some food. So there's the rye seeds. You planted the rye. Alright, so now we need to find food in a bad way. The farmland does nothing to bury. Gotcha. Yep. No, we're just figuring out. I mean, honestly, if it makes no difference if I hold or not, it doesn't hurt anything. At least I don't believe so. Go wide to the left a little bit. I haven't gone this way. Seems like it's already getting dark. I think it's just the angle of the sun here. Come on, berries, mushrooms. There's a hole there. Now I can cook this. I'm trying to get something quick. Because if I have to grab these, I have to stop, go all the way back and cook them. I'd really like to avoid that if I can. Ow. Are they fighting back? Oh no, I'm starving. Okay, so we're starting to get ourselves in pretty big trouble here. Rabbit, please. You're made out of delicious meat. Rabbit, you wouldn't want me to die, would you? Why are you being so selfish? It's so hard to hit him because you also stop and hit the bushes and all that. Can't see through all the brush to chase him. Better you than me, says the rabbit. This is a standalone game. Well, aesthetically, it does remind you very, very heavily of Minecraft. It is actually a very, like, difficult survival game with incredibly in-depth crafting and all that. So you don't just take stick, rock, now you have a spear or whatever. You have to actually, like, do napping, and you have to make clay molds and do all that kind of stuff. That's just a flower. I can't eat it. Is that lavender? That's lupin. Oh, wait. Those look like berry bushes. Okay, they're flowering. If we look around here, we might find one that's got berries on it. What am I standing on? Gravel. Just a big gravel pit. Bauxite gravel, so this is aluminum gravel. Or what you would derive aluminum from. Bauxite sand. Please. Mushrooms. Berries. Root crop. Looking pretty grim. Was that? Is that a new plant? New plant? No, it's lilies. I should have just done the cattails way back. Probably gonna die. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna grab it. Harvest with the knife to keep the roots intact. Oh, tools on the plants we could use stuff. We could make stuff with. I want a return for that. That's a stone. I gotta find food of some kind. Oh, it's a mushroom. It's food. Okay. Alright, so we bought ourselves time. Let's go ahead and grab these while we're here. Eat a raw mushroom you can go buy. To be fair, in this particular case, we were actively dying of malnutrition. So there is that point where you're like, you know what? I'm literally dead if I don't eat it. Okay, so home is this way. Hi, scary vortex thing. Yes, let's run home with what we got. Because we got a new crop to plant. Wait, what was that? That's just stones? Granite stones, okay. How difficult is the process reeds into food? It's not difficult, it's slow. You basically, you have to cook the, not the reeds, the roots. But you cook the roots of cattails into food. And it just takes a while to cook. Would granite stones be better? Probably. Right now, though, I'm trying to rush home. Because I did find some new seeds and all that. It's also starting to get dark. Okay. Is nighttime more dangerous? Yeah, so they call them temporal storms that they show up, and you get tons of monsters with that. Yeah, and then you also have these, like, vortex things I'm going by. If you spend too much time nearby them, you get pulled into an alternate reality. Which I haven't done yet, but the game was like, you could do this and you go into an alternate reality where there's scary enemies. It's like, I'm just trying to get a weapon that won't fall apart almost instantly. We can discuss alternate realities later. Ah, yeah, berry bush. Give me them berries. It's fine, just reality twisted a little bit there. I might need to be a little bit more careful how close I get those. Oh, from what I thought I didn't make the jump, I was going to fall down that hole. Okay, so home is over this way. Hey, raccoons, how are you going? Yeah, so I think the first big thing here... Bear, let's be cool. Let's be cool, Bear. Alright. Let's see, would it benefit you from making way stations from your base? Probably not. Just by the fact that it takes so long for me to do stuff, like build stuff and all that, that I could make the way station, but I'm going to be investing a lot of times into building a way station. Like, I could certainly see if there's a biome that I'm going to keep going back to get some materials that I can't get elsewhere. That, I think, would make sense to make a way station out that way. But I think just in general... Because more likely I'm going to run back and forth. I'm going to exploit the area for some resources, and then probably not coming back to that same location. In our frantic run, I ran way far and I realized. So good news is I got enough berries to survive like 2 days. Bad news, I have no idea how far I am from home. Okay. I think it's once I get around this, like, little land bridge that's got a kind of weird, funky shape up here. I think we're on the other side of the water right here. Oh, wait. Those lily pads? In real life, you can eat water lily. I can't remember if it's the flower or the root system or something. There was some part of it that was edible. I don't know if you have to cook it first or whatever. Let's keep going, because I think we're going to get to nighttime soon. I want to be home before that. Okay. So we're definitely taking the scenic route to get back home. But yeah, that panic of just being like, I need food. Like I said, I should have right away stopped, picked up the couple of cattails I could have gotten, cooked them, and it probably would have only gone like 1 or 2 extra health or extra food out of it because of how long it would take me to collect them, run back, cook them, and then eat them. That's probably where I put myself landing at the end, losing 3 or 4 hunger, gaining like 6. I was like weirdly misty there for a moment. Okay, over there's where I live. I got way farther away than I thought I did. But that said, is we did see two biomes I hadn't seen before. We saw the biome where it was just bauxite, sand, and gravel everywhere. We saw like a sort of a plains biome. I'm willing to bet those forests we saw, there's probably 2 or 3 different biomes that I didn't particularly notice because we didn't stop to look at the trees to see what type of different trees we ran into. Okay. Am I losing my mind? Do we early? Okay, there's home. I was like, we should be seeing our house by now. It definitely feels like some of the grass is getting more overgrown as time goes on. The game does have seasons though, so it could be that we're just in like the season everything gets really heavily grown. Okay, so I did get a couple of red currant bushes. And this is the black currant. And this is cranberries. All right. Yeah, so good news is once we start being able to get these berries, they won't help us in the winter, I don't think. But once they've been here at least long enough to start growing, we've got a pretty good supply of these. Alright, and then I've got... Where's the... Oh yeah, we already had the cranberry. And then we had spelt. I don't actually know what spelt is. That's not a crop I'm familiar with. We'll go ahead and put it right here. Spelled as a grain? Gotcha. Makes sense. We got crucible. We got the anvil mold. We got the watering can. We got the ingot molds. Okay. So with that, got a bunch of this stuff. So give you the good soil. Let's take the crap soil and dump this off somewhere else. Also referred to as dinkelwheat. Ah, the tipsy grain then? Okay. When on ground, turns into lime. Okay, we can go here, put the root there, get the firewood. Come on. Oh, so we're starting to get that made. All right. So Lotus. Or no, Water Lily. So Water Lily here is not being listed as something I can consume. So there we go. Okay, so I've got 4 more molds here. Let's grab those out. Got the spearhead. We could drop the crucible, anvil bowl, and all that off. Okay, so I have to keep getting grass. Alright, so I need some stones. Okay, let's also see when we're done with that if we can cook some stuff. So I need some branches, I need some stones. So let's start tearing all this apart. Okay, so let's get the knife going. So we can get that. That'll let me get grass. That's gonna let me get more branches. Yeah, cow parsley's just a flower. Alright, so we're getting plenty of the dried grass real quick. Grab a bunch of these rocks. Alright. We're getting to the point of enemies showing up. Let's run over here real fast. Grab our food. Pop in here. Okay. Let's do some quick inventorying. Got our spear. I got another segment of vine I'll use someday. Got some flint and all that. Okay, I don't think it followed me. Okay, and I would need a lot of sticks. Like a lot of sticks. Go ahead and start working on those sticks real quick. So I can get a bunch of molds made. Is there any way to get the fire inside, or would you asphyxiate? I haven't tried bringing it inside. I don't know whether or not. This feels like the sort of game that would do the check to see if there's like ventilation or whatever. But it could also be that I just have to put in a corner or something with a hole in the roof and that would be good enough. Alright. Just quickly trying to grab a bunch of sticks, bunch of stones. Alright. It's getting dark soon, so pretty soon I'll have to turn back. Okay, we got our sticks. Still need 8 more. Don't burn those, please. I wanted to eat those. Alright. 8 sticks per pit? Yep. The smoke from fire pits are just visually right now. Yeah, no, I do want to go and make like a basement area that I can have like all my crafting stuff set up in. So that I can very easily, you know, just kind of, you know, you get to the evening, you run. Did I not pick him up? There you go. So you can very easily like run in the evening back into the house, and then just work on crafting while the enemies are out and about. Okay, so we can get this going. Okay, does one of these have a bunch of firewood in it? No, I gotta make some. That's fine. Okay. Good you haven't found it, Pete. It's great for the pit kilns. Yeah, no, we saw Pete earlier. It's just in a situation. What was that? Wait, no sleep. What be the secret to no sleep? I mean, you don't have to sleep in the game. At least not that I've seen at any point. The sleep does recover health. Alright. Break after you light this on fire, please. Not before. Cool. Same time. That also works. Alright. So close the door here. Okay, so let's see here. We've got the reeds to drop here. Okay, what else can I make with the reeds, was it? So, the reeds, I can make the hand basket, the crude shield, an empty bead nade, a hunter's backpack. We can make the rope, an empty skep, and a reed chest. And we've been using it for the reed chest primarily right now. Which I think what I am going to do with these reeds for the time being. They definitely know eventually we'll want to get bigger chests and all that, but for right now, that's fine. Alright, so you got that. We can go ahead and drop the logs in here. Grab logs out of there. Drop them in here. Grab them out of here. Drop them in here. That's all fine. We can chuck the firewood in here for right now. I've got spare cattails I'm not going to worry about right now. We can drop the vine there. Oh, it's telling me it's fresh for 2 more days. Okay, so not as much time has passed as I thought. Gonna go ahead and eat our currant. And we're gonna eat our cattail roots. We can go over here. Oh, I don't have more sticks. I was gonna say I can... Look at there. Nugget of gallium. Or galena. Where did I get the nugget of galena? When pulverized, turns into crushed galena. Requires tier 1 pulverize. 20 pieces to smelt into lead ingot. You can get it from cracked vessels or lead ore bits. Gotcha. Galena and sandstone. Okay, so this would give me a source of lead. Which is good. Because lead in real life is, you know, it melts at a very low temperature for metals. So it would be one of the metals that you'd be more than likely to start off with. You know, making a bunch of stuff. Alright, so which tools do I need to make more of? So we got... Hold, please. Oh, wait, I can't light this because I don't... Okay, so I need sticks. Alright, see if I can't remember the recipe. I think it was this. Yep. There's our fire starter. Cool. So we can do here. Okay, so tools I need. We broke our shovel. Just don't make your food vessels out of it? That's probably fine. Yeah, so the hose fine, the knife fine for right now. We can make flint arrowheads. I'll go ahead and make my extra spear with the flint. Since that seems to be the one I'm more urgently in need of when, like, stuff versus the other stuff I have time to replace. So I can do that. We'll make an axe head because our axe is about to be done. Make lead pop, boil down your wine, scrape out the lead. Execute. It's apparently delicious. Yeah. Well, that's kind of one of those things that there's so much of that stuff that was common way back that we look at now and go, oh no, don't do that. Like, that's real bad for you. Lead is bad news. You know, to have, like, with food or whatever, like, you do not want to be consuming lead. But then also, that is just what we did historically, because lead was a very easy to work with metal. If you get enough lead, you can invent indoor plumbing. Yeah. Alright. Just making a bunch of stuff, so... I go through a decent number of axes and knives. Let's go ahead and make sure... out of the spare stuff we make. I'll do that. I'll make you a spearhead. Alright, so I got a bunch of tools here. I haven't heard any enemies. Now let's drop you off. I'm hoping... Let's just go to sleep. I can't see anything. I was gonna say, I'm hoping that I could, go over, get a bush and all that stuff. Oh, see antifreeze, certain berries and all that? Yeah, there's so many of those kind of things that they seem fine, and then you get mess with it, and you're just like, oh, that's bad. Oh, good. We slept ourselves to near-death food-wise. And all these berry bushes, none of them are going to be ready quite yet. Okay, so we're in panic mode. Let's go ahead and run over here and just grab the first cattails we could find. Because before we kept waking up, early enough. I was like, oh, I guess we just wake up once we get hungry enough. Fine, don't worry about it. Okay, it's not actually fine. Let's get this sorted real fast. Yeah, no, we grabbed a ton of clay earlier. I probably should be marking stuff like that in the map. Like when we find those, when you find those spots where it's like, oh, there's a whole bunch of clay here, just put an icon there for clay. I probably need to be doing that. I just keep being in this panic for food. Push my luck a little bit because I want to have at least enough that going back, I'll have some food to work with. Your map looks like a rash. There's so many markers. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing I feel like you have to do in these kind of games. Because, like, that's like Valheim. You find that, that vein of copper and you just mark it's like copper here. Tin there. Iron here. It's not until you get way later in the game that, you know, you just don't need half the materials, that kind of backs off a little bit. Alright, so you can run over here real fast and... get just a bit more. All right. Let's get back because we are actively dying. And they did grab a decent amount. It probably won't be enough to fill us up, but it will help. grab a bunch of stones, because now I know that some stones can randomly have stuff I care about. Okay, so let's get over here. Let's get this fire going as quickly as we can. 18 should be plenty for right now. I need to go in here real fast and grab our firewood. And drop that in here. Get the fire going. Ah, it's prehistoric wheat? Yeah, okay, so we got this. We got the reeds. We got all that. Clear quartz. Apparently, oh, you can smelt clear quartz into glass. Okay. Makes sense, because normally when you see it depicted in games, you take sand and you make it into glass. And that's just because most sand is quartz. Or not most sand. There is a lot of sand that is quartz. I'll chuck it in here for right now. Okay, we're now no longer actively starving. Okay, they're established tree cuttings, they're working on it. I don't have more seeds to plant right now. We got flint and all that stuff happening. Toss the stones in here. Okay. So then the question we have here, and this might mess up everything. Let's grab the cooking pot. Let's wait till we get this one in here. And I need water. I'll have to look in more on how that works. Let's not goof around where I'm going to potentially starve myself to death because I'm busy fussing. What I was trying to do is fill up you with water. Put the cooking pot in the water? Let's try... No. Yeah, no, it looks like it might need the bucket. That's fine. I was curious if I could use the watering can to deal with it, is pretty much what I was looking at, logic-wise. How do I make a bucket? We're gonna find out. Alright. I'm assuming it's gonna require a bunch of stuff. The wooden bucket requires boards and rope. And then the boards are back to the saws, which is back to smithing, which is back to all the other stuff. Is it fired? I don't... Oh, you mean... Yeah, this is fired. It's got water in it. Like, that's got water in it. I just couldn't figure out how to put the water from that into the cooking pot. The cooking pot's also fired. Yeah, let's go check the cooking again. Yeah, it's progression. No, it's meal making. That's right. Alright, so let's double check. We got the pottery and all that. You will add 4 cooking pot slots in the fire pit inventory. You can place 2 to different... Let's see, you can cook many different meals by using 2 to 4 slots in the cooking pot with ingredients. All used slots must hold an equal amount of items that add up to 6 of each 6 portions. Okay, so that might even be the problem. If you actually want to eat the meal instead of inhaling the sweet aroma, you're going to need a bowl. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Does it have a handle? I don't know. Why would it need a handle? Also, if you're trying to give me hints of how to play the game, keep in mind we got the no backseating thing going on. Like, it's one thing to be like, hey, you can reference this and I might give you answers. That kind of thing's fine. But, like, we're figuring it out. So, cooking pot. And let's check our stuff here again. Meal making. Okay. You can cook different meals by filling 2 to 4 slots of the cooking pot with ingredients. And they do list a couple of ingredients. Mushrooms are considered vegetables. First 2 slots, vegetables. Gotcha. So it's probably just these roots. Don't count as... Yeah, they're ribosomes. So for purposes of what we're doing, they don't count as a vegetable or anything like that, so I can't use that specifically in there, I don't think. It also doesn't seem like I actually need water. So put that away for right now. It did say the mushrooms for purpose of the game are considered vegetables. I don't think we've seen any vegetables. We've got lots of fruit we're growing here that they're just not in yet. I've got my grains I've started. Yeah, they're growth stage 1. It's complaining about moisture despite being right by the water. Let's go ahead and grab our watering can. So we got that topped off. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm going to start moving again, because I'm still trying to find vegetables. All right. Okay, let's just cut straight across the water here. I don't think I've checked in that direction. RNG has decided you'll eat a lot of turnip. Hey, I mean, I haven't found any turnips or carrots or parsnips or potatoes or whatever veggies we've got here. Eggplant. Maybe the real vegetables are the friends he made along the way. Just in case you don't find them, I'm gonna immediately plan to keep collecting anything we see. Alright. Oh, I need a stick. Make myself a replacement knife. There's a cranberry bush. There's a trippy vortex. There's a trippy vortex. Okay, there's some bushes I can rip up for some branches. Maybe. Branch singular. That's still enough to make a knife. All right. Yeah, no, the rifts, they tell you that if you spend too much time around anything that's, like, unstable, like the rift, you'll be pulled in, I think they called it the Rust World, or Rust whatever. And then the idea is with the Rust area, there's lots of more enemies not. So I'm going to try going over here to this wooded area. And again, go check out to see if we can't find some mushrooms and all that. I'm assuming there'll be a way that we can grow mushrooms in some manner. It's a lot of root crop when you find it wild. They either grow in fields or forests a lot of times. I mean, it really depends. Like, we obviously got the cattail everywhere. Bad puppy. Naughty dog. It's a bitey pupper. Conglomerate rock? What the heck is that? Okay, so those dogs hit real hard. Well, that's gonna be rough. And bees? Yeah. Well, that's no good, because now I gotta run to my body. There's a good chance by the time I get there, it'll start getting dark, and I'll have to run my way back. Alright. But who knows, because I'm going to another direction here, I might find some of what we've been looking for on my way to it. What have you got there? Bearded tooth is, I believe, a mushroom. And we got more mushrooms. Earth ball is another kind of mushroom. Alright, I see how it is. The moment I take a death and I don't know my way back very easily, The game's just like, all the mushrooms. You can have them. They're yours. You got some really mountainous terrain over here from the looks of it. Okay, there was like 2 stones there that were shiny. Lobster mushroom. Flint. Okay. Chicken of the Woods. Pink Bonnet. Apparently we got like a sandstorm or a blizzard or something happening. We shouldn't be anywhere near winter yet. Leaking pine resin. Looks like that's gonna require me to have the axe. Eating chicken of the woods with breading like chicken breast. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of cool mushrooms out there. Almond mushroom. So, how many mushrooms have we found, chat? The entire bar. But one slot right now is just... Alright, sorry, two spots, because I forgot I got those 2 units of ore. But basically almost my entire bar is nothing but mushrooms, now that I'm just trying to get to my body. Okay... Fly, egret, if I'm not mistaken, is a very poisonous mushroom. Deathcap is definitely a very poisonous mushroom. But go ahead and eat that one. Let's not hold the deathcap in our hand so we don't accidentally eat it. Oh, that one of the vortex's things was underwater. Green cracked Russell. I actually can't carry that. My inventory is full until we get back to our body and get our baskets. Fly agaric is poisonous. Yeah, no, I want to say it's like really, really poisonous too. It's one of those ones you eat if, you know,
Thank you,
if you want to stop being able to eat.
SPL for subscribing for 4 months. Way out 4 months.
Hey, Lilypad, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot, and thank you so much for the continued support. There's a big stone wall here, and I need to figure out my way around it. Yes, thank you so much for that. Hello, what are you? Ah, quartz. Not gonna worry about that right now. So I'm gonna be in trouble because it gets super dark in the game, and I have not stopped to get any of the things I need. Alright. I'm just hoping I can get to my body and retrieve my stuff real fast. Because honestly, in a pinch, I could probably just mini-map my way back down. Well, the problem is how fast you get hungry. And while some of these mushrooms I recognize that are being totally safe, I also recognize at least 2 of them are absolutely, without question, not safe. Which makes me pretty concerned. Because gambaing on mushrooms you have no idea what are is a real fast way to live a very short life in the real world. Go away, wolf. I want my things. I'm having problems finding my stuff. Okay, let's circle back for another go. Okay, we got our watering can in that pass. Get our spear here. Drop the clam. So what I need to do is give myself a couple of seconds to deal with things. Got a bunch of our tools. What can we just... Alright, crude knife, get out of here. Crude spearhead, get out of here. Am I missing anything important? Did I get a stick? No, I picked up an axe head that I had in my inventory then. Alright, we'll just assume I got everything. Because I can't see to fight. What is hurting me? Oh, there's something chasing me that moves just as fast as I do, so I can't just outrun it. I see light! Whatever the light is. Hey, trade caravan man, protect me. Alright, so we are slowly recovering our health. You hope they had mushroom farming? Yeah, alright. So we did manage to grab everything I wanted. I don't know what we're missing. Yeah, okay. Well, apparently it only takes 6 health to eat that. Death Cap takes 50 health. That mushroom is also poisonous. Yeah, so the ones, the pink bonnet is poisonous. The fly agaric is poisonous, and the death cap is poisonous. The earth ball is also poisonous. Minus 50, you have only 15 to start. I see. So pretty much every one of these mushrooms, except for the bearded tooth I have on me, are poisonous. Oh, and the lobster. The lobster's fine too. I want to take your bucket. Got a thing to trade. You're willing to take rye bread, leather shield, tin pick, a sewing kit, and a whole bunch of other weapons. Wait, did it say I have gears? Oh, they have gears. So gears is a currency, I understand. It really sucks I can't see. Hey, can I take your bucket? Are you going to get very violent with me if I take your bucket? Okay, it won't let me. All right. Okay. So I don't know if these trading ones move around. Where is home? Oh, we are nowhere near home. Okay. We'll put a trader here. All right. I hope you don't mind, Enos. Okay. Where did my spear go? Okay, we got my spear. Alright. So home is that way. We're not going to fuss too much with anything else out here, because my inventory is so already past full. Now I am curious, because some stuff like certain mushrooms and all that, you can cook where they're no longer unsafe. And then there's other ones you can cook, and it'll still kill you. I'm sure it'll be maybe okay. They passed even more berry bushes, but that's fine. I'm also low-key hoping I'm just gonna run past something. I was trying to think if there was a way I could manage my inventory a bit more. That's fine. Let's just move. Like if you see something like a carrot or a parsnip or something or a radish or whatever, that I could then turn around and start growing and building up my supply, that I would stop for and make room in our inventory. Probably just toss out one of the poisonous mushrooms. Doing its form of chemistry after all? Oh, yeah. Some compounds will break down to harmless when heated, others won't. Yep. But it's another one of those things that's like, if you don't know 100% for sure that what you're eating is going to be safe, you just don't mess with it. That's, when I lived up in Michigan, like, I was in the Scouts and everything, and, you know, they did, like, the survival thing, and basically the guy was like, hey, if you don't know what your, like, mushrooms you're eating, you don't eat it. If you know what mushrooms you're eating, you probably still don't eat it. It's like, you do not F with mushrooms. Because even with, like, people who are survivalist experts and all that, every year there'd be, like, 1 or 2 people who'd kill themselves by mistaking a safe mushroom for a poisonous mushroom. And, you know, eating some death cap or whatever. Because a lot of them are very, very similar. It's like, take your chances eating bark or something. Like, don't screw around with the mushrooms. Yeah, one of your friends is a massive mushroom fan. So many of the safe mushrooms look exactly like the poison one. Well, yeah, usually it's this stuff you have to, like, cut into it, and there's, like, any differences in color. It's like, nope, that's the wrong one. Like, they get very, very, very similar. So it can be extremely dangerous. Like, and don't get me wrong, if you know your area really well, you can be like, okay, these 2 mushrooms, you just don't mess with. They're too similar. And then it'll be like, but this other mushroom, there's nothing around here that's dangerous that looks like it, so that one's fine. Like, you got that kind of stuff. But it's those things that you got to really intimately know the mushrooms in your area and all that kind of stuff, and really, really know your stuff around that. You definitely don't go to an area you don't know and be like, yeah, let's just go out in the woods and eat some mushrooms, it's fine. I'm too far south. To be safe, you forage for mushrooms off the top of your pizza. Exactly. Because those mushrooms won't be wildly grown or anything like that. Most of those are farmed mushrooms. The only one you know is Fly Agaric because it's in a lot of games. Yeah, no, it's your stereotypical, like, poison mushroom in a video game. Death cap, it's just so hard to recognize because it's just kind of just another brown mushroom. That looks almost exactly like all the other brown mushrooms. They have cranberry. Okay, so if I put a bunch of poisonous mushrooms in here, we'll create 1 serving of hefty death cap fly Arabic stew with pink bonnet mushroom and earth ball garnish. In other words, it should just say in big words on it, creates death. Got native copper. So if I drink this, I would lose 74.5 health. For the record, I have 17. We'll save that for later. So you can create 2 servings of mushroom lobster stew. Of hearty mushroom lobster stew. I just want the soup. Can I have some soup? Okay, and that 360 satiation. That's some good soup. It's way more than I would have gotten out of that otherwise. Okay. So we have a bunch of this stuff. So I just didn't need to actually get all our tools moved around because that all got messed up when I got killed. So we do have the hoe, we do have the axe. I missed my shovel. Looks like I got all my other tools, but I missed my shovel. The good news, I already have a shovel head ready. Alright, so let's go. Grab some stones and all that. And some sticks. Okay, a lot of sticks in this thing. All right. So you can go sticks, axe, 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 shovel, spear. Wonder if they all flow in water or just buoyant ones. I have no idea. Let's see here. So we can make a couple of torches. I don't remember where the cave entrance I made was. Or where the cave entrance was that I started filling in. There was another one over here that I didn't fill in entirely. I ran out of sand or dirt. What I'm hoping to do is find loose stones down here. Yes, this is where we were able to get in before. That might be good. There's an area down there. Would I be able to get back up? Nope. Check the other direction. And there's nothing here. I can hear water through the wall, so there's more in that cave. But I need a copper pickaxe to do a thing. So we're looking for, is we've been able to find... Pickaxe just sank. So I'm kind of hoping... is that... Oh, did I already get more stuff made here? Yeah, I'll worry about that later. What I'm hoping to find is we found those, loose bits of stone that were stuff like lead and everything. I need to find like 20 of those so I can make, you know, make a whole thing of metal. So we're looking for that. We're looking for, oh, is this the... Yeah, alright. Before we go anywhere else, let's go here and add a mark. Just marking that there's clay here, so in the future, when I need more clay, I know where to find it. As much as I'd rather start being on mushrooms now. That kind of thing to keep our hunger up. We're definitely not a stage where I can do that reliably. But this game has marker, Minecraft should take notes. Yeah. I haven't played Minecraft in an age. I have like no idea like how active they are in actually, you know, improving the game, or they're just kind of letting it mostly sit where it is. Because it gets harder and harder as the game's been around for a longer and longer time to make changes, especially with a game that's heavily modded. You run into the problem where the game's all established, and if people want to mod it, you end up breaking a bunch of mods as you update things, which is a necessary thing. But there's a bunch of that. Alright, bear with me, chat. We just hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. And I'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you for tuning in. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here, I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one... What is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is, give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent, wait, hang on. Hold up. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Oh, right. That last clip reminded me, that was for a while on Build 42, there was an animation glitch. So you'd hit enemies with the weapon, and instead of actually following through, your character just kind of go like this, to like just begin the swing. And so you'd see the enemy then just, you know, flinch back because it got hit. I actually low-key enjoyed that glitch a lot. We just kind of pretended our character was like LARPing or something. Alright. I imagine I'll end up wanting to have a lot of the cattails anyways, because you use those reeds for a lot of things. Vintage. Yep. It's our first time playing, and we are making good progress. We got a bunch of clay stuff going on. Haven't smelted anything yet. Just figuring out the metal stuff still. My assumption of what I need to do is that we need to find some loose stone, because we found a couple of pieces of like loose lead and loose copper. But my assumption is I need to find enough of it to be able to make like a pickaxe or whatever. And then with that, I'll be able to go down and mine it. And don't spoil it or anything like that. Like, don't be like, yes, that's exactly what you have to do. Or, no, you got it wrong, streamer. You got to do, like, let me figure it out. I'm just kind of voicing my thoughts here. That we find enough of the loose stuff. And then with that, we can turn around and mine it, and the thing will just need to be careful is that we kind of hold on to enough material to make sure I can get another one to mine. Alright. But in the meantime, my primary focus is I need to be able to get some type of reliable food source sorted out before winter. Because we've been eating these cattails, and then what berries we can find and all that. And it's really just not a super reliable food situation. One thing I should probably do, I should have done this a while ago. And cool, that's exactly what I was hoping it would be. Is that by pit? Oh, right, the red dot is the clay. That's right. Ah! Bad pupper. Okay, so it does blink red when it's in range. Oh, interesting. This has the bug where if you go a slight diagonal, you go faster. That's right, you get out of here, dog. Would you be very, like, small recommendation? If the recommendation is to check out other biomes, because, like, I've been thinking about going to the bauxite area. I don't remember exactly what direction it was. Because I could see having that be a big thing, or underground, and then, like, underground. We did that earlier, but as the two areas I went were just very limited in space, so we didn't find anything. Alright, so let's get you. And put you away. Yeah, I found the bauxite area, and I don't remember exactly where it was. I think it was southwest of us. I was busy running frantically looking for something that we could eat. Come on. Well. All right, let's see. I explored a lot of map. Yeah, so we got some mountain terrain there, we got some dunes. Yeah, I can't remember if it was down here was the bauxite, or over here was the bauxite. In the meantime, yeah, the recommendation is basically to just drop a marker where you find loose copper. The game itself doesn't mention that for some reason. Can rocks be underwater? Probably. Not that I've checked for them. Then grab the knife blade. That's not really what I meant to do. It's fine. I'm sure I'll need another one of those soon enough anyways. I actually wanted to make a knife. Alright. Cool, so we've got all that. Got plenty of wood. Right now I'll drop my spare stone and flint in here. We have our delicious certain death beverage. Yeah, so 1 lead ingot. So it's 20 pieces smelted to 1 lead ingot. So it's 5 units of lead. And they've got copper. Oh, what type of wood house? The wood I've been making the house out of is larch. How far are you living from spawn point? A pretty good ways. I think our spawn is around here somewhere. It's somewhere in this area. Alright, well this is going to be a thing. We're going to try and sleep a little bit. We're not going to have enough time to fully recover. Let's see, you do have the means to set your spawn right now if you'd like. Yeah, normally it's your bed. So I've got all sorts of awful things out there. But the only thing I have I can eat in here kills you. So we're probably not going to eat that. Because I made it as a meme. Oh, it's a temporal gear. Okay, fair enough. Be cool, man. As much as I'd love to loot that, that's not a thing I'm going to realistically be doing. Okay. Alright. It's about that indoor fire. Yeah, no, I need to expand this place. The problem is I'd want to dig down to make more area. Oh, I see. Alright, if I remember correctly... Come on. Now, obviously, this seems really dangerous, because I'm making an open fire in a wood building, but we'll figure it out. The thing is, I desperately need food. And these guys won't leave me alone. Okay, that's all fine there. Calm down, weather. All right. Not gonna worry about lighting these right now. I don't think the fire will stay going in the rain. We'll worry about that when we get there. It's surprising it's totally okay. There's only one thing I know in the game that actually spreads fire. That said, it's been a few updates since you last played. I mean, the kilns out there, like, warning, will spread fire to nearby flammables or whatever. So it's very verbose about that. So you got a spoiled rawhide. Yeah, grow rate, 98%. It's on stage 2. We're getting more and more vortex things nearby us. They have spare firewood here? No, we can correct that. And we can set the rest in here. So you're playing this game? You hope you like it. I really enjoy it. Yeah, and I'm having fun with it so far. Alright, so let's go on the assumption that it was southwest, because it's either over here or down there that I'm thinking we saw the bauxite. We're going to try and run over here. We're going to see if we can either find veggies or that we can find loose pieces of ore or, you know, anything else useful resources-wise. Okay, so that's flint. More just regular old stones. More flint. Some of these times I'm not picking them up because I'm moving too fast. Bauxite stones. Take 2 seconds and mark that on our map. I still don't know what I want to mark half this stuff with. There. I probably won't do any modding. Not realistically. I generally run very, very minimal on my mods I play my games with. Got bauxite sand, so if I take the time to dig up the sand, will it have bits of other stuff in it? This is a rhetorical question. Or not a rhetorical question, this is not a question I'm looking to have answered. Ooh, mature spelt. Got ourselves some grains. Oh. The crushed bauxite isn't giving me what I would need. Okay, let's move on. I thought I was picking all that stuff up and getting really good stuff out of it, but nah, it's fine. We got white currant, that's another berry bush that's new for us. Okay. And what are you? Right, there was tool was something I needed for, I don't remember what. Let's see here. Something's gotta go. So we got tool, which we can cook for food. And it makes thatch for the other part. All right. Good morning, Mike. Oh, hey, Treacle. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? And thank you so much for the lurk and all that. For those that don't know, Treacle, absolutely another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, among other games on their channel. So if you happen to like that, you can find that over there. But it's good to have you. Yeah, I'm just going to grab a bunch of the tool here. Alright. Yeah, it can get real fast. But again, check out Treacle. Plays a lot of Rimworld. Good times over there. Definitely recommend. Yeah, it's another one of those ones that when it comes to eating, I can't really cook with it. It's just I process the roots or whatever. Okay, so that's a pretty good chunk of thatch we got there. Let's run around some more in case I can find anything extra special. Alright, so here's where we got some actual bauxite right... Oh, I'm assuming this whole area is bauxite. So we'll say... Why? Oh, I see what happened. Got my keyboard switched layouts on accident. Aged polished rock. Bony soil. I don't want the sand anymore. There's something I could do with this? Oh, it's basically cosmetic. Like the beginnings of a ruins or whatever. I'm curious. Is this one of those games where you can process gravel? Yeah, when pulverized turns into 1 crushed bauxite. Requires a pulverizer tier 1. Blunt damage when thrown. Yes, I don't think we can do much with that right now. My assumption is once we crush it, we'd be able to do stuff with the crushed material or something like that. Because aluminum, which is what you make bauxite is one of the ingredients for aluminum. In real life, you have to break that down a lot. It's a whole process. You don't just grab some bauxite and slap into a kiln and then suddenly you got an ingot. I'm running straight across, just... Yeah, so it looks like we get a lot of the tool in the bauxite area from what it's looking like around the water. Where I get cattails, it seems like they get tool. And there's more over here. We need to be dealing with food. Alright, that's fine. What are the yellow flowers here? Just flowers? Yeah, those are just wood flowers. Let's head back straight up north. We've had, the whole time we've had the cattails going. I've got a bunch of tool root that we can also cook up and eat. I haven't seen any root crop. We did get some more grains, though, that we could potentially plant and grow. Alright. But yeah, no, it would be... Because I noticed you can make cobblestone with all that. So be curious about all that. There's more tool. Alright, what do you got over here? Just a bunch of random piece of cobblestone. Previous ruin or whatever. There's more tool. All right. Oh, that's why I can't see it. The marker for where I died is basically the exact same spot. All right, so we've got our inventory basically full. Check out the dried grass because it got almost none left. There's field mushrooms, but I got enough food that I don't need to really go out of my way for that right now. Okay. I imagine later on there'll be faster ways to travel and all that. Like whether it's fast travel or like air travel or gliding or vehicles. And don't spoil if you know, because like this is me just... Oh, wait a second. That's interesting. That whole area underneath is just open. That is not what I expected to see underneath there. Never seen terrain like that? Yeah, no, it looks like it's an underwater cave system. Okay, we can work our way up there. I wonder if there's water monsters in the water completely safe. It doesn't matter, like right now I can't go very far in the water, I'll just drown. Ah! Stupid bear. Using ambush tactics on me, scaring the crap out of me. Okay, and there's home for the time being. Make some scuba gear of the rocks and sticks. It wouldn't be the first time a survival crafter has done that kind of thing. Alright, so we got white currant. White currant is something I don't already have planted. Okay, that'll be more of the... Oh, I've already got rows of that. Alright, so white currant. Oh, jeez. Come on, man. I'm working here. Okay, so we can go over here. And we're still cooking. Don't you have the have a Subnautica fabricator in your hut? Not yet. So I've got all that. We'll take the stool and we'll put there. Oh, we have the white currant berries as well. Okay, so we do have the grain. I'm going to deliberately not eat the grain right now. Oh wait, can't you... I mean, in real life, basically the seeds. Oh no, they have seeds as a separate thing. Alright, that's fine. We'll save the grain. That's our winter food. That's our rye. Clear some of the grass away from you real quick. Get some more grain planted. All right. And just gradually terraforming there around my home. Okay. I'll chuck you in there for right now. You in here for right now. Give me more snacks. Alright, so we've got the grass here. And I need much more. Door closing. Yeah, the door pops off every time. Not every time. It pops off a lot. Just collecting some more materials. But just trying to get grass and sticks. You hate when your door pops up? You keep tell it to simmer, but it just doesn't listen? Yeah. Look, man, doors just get a little uppity sometimes. It is what it is. Alright, basically getting like almost a full stack. Alright, let's see if we can't get some branches. I'm gonna need a lot of them. Alright. Get your butt back here. You're gonna ambush. Okay, we didn't get anything in here. More coming. Alright. Okay, so I had hoped to get some more goodies out of there before. That's not what I want. I want out. There you go. Apparently we get out into the fire. We'll definitely want to adjust that. Okay, so we got a bunch of the grass, but we didn't get enough sticks to do our next part. You're going to need more wood. Jeez, that light just flicked up to a much brighter setting on me. Having the hurt noise basically like sad harmonica cracks you up. Yeah. I think it's a good way of doing it where it's not obnoxious. So what do we do with this? You can pulverize that into crushed bauxite. It's an ingredient for a bunch of these random things. Meanwhile, crushed bauxite can be made into an unfired brick, which then we can, you know, make into actual bricks. So, not really important to me right now, but it will be useful. And I'm out of materials for the moment. Alright, so I got a ton of flint, which is nice. But I need to make more stuff there, that's good. Oh, I'll put the bauxite in that box. Okay. I won't do that. I was going to, I was just going to dig it down like a tile or two before we hit the stone. We'll do that eventually. But I realized I don't really kind of want it. Like, let's widen the space out so it's not quite so claustrophobic before I worry about that. What can we make with you, by the way? So we can make the shield. So we can make the coil of rope. The coil of rope I can use with a couple different things. Wood tongs, sling, crude bow. Honestly, let's grab a stack of that and make the rope. So I'll compress that a bit. Yeah, because with that, I don't really care about the necklaces. We have a crude bow, which is 3 rope and 3 stick. We have a sling. We have the wooden tongs, which is a bunch of sticks. Alright. So it'd have hot metal stuff. We have a stone anchor. To craft the scrap weapon. Okay, and there's tool racks that are apparently a thing. What's it take to make a tool rack? It's just... Okay, it's 6 sticks. Alright, let's, I don't have enough sticks. Alright, so we have that kind of thing. Let's go ahead and eat this. Get our stuff topped off. And with how much of that we've got already cooked, let's swap these out so it keeps cooking all night. Okay, so it seems like I could start making a place to actually do a bunch of this. Because I'd like to make kind of an underground area, because I did see that cellars are a thing in the game. Alright. So I need to not have my bed next to the fire. Let's say I heard a wolf howling. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't right here. Okay, 5 days, 3 days, 4 days. Alright. And you're all doing fine here. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I need a lot of branches. Like a whole lot of branches. So start smashing all the trees we see nearby. Is it time for another room? Yeah, no, I do want to make the place bigger. What I'm thinking we're gonna do is I was trying to think if there's a better, like a better material to source, because I've been using the logs for my wall, and yeah, we could just use dirt. But I was hoping we could get better so far as like something that wouldn't be quite as much of just running back and forth using logs, especially since I need to use the logs for firewood and all sorts of stuff. Okay. Feels like OG RimWorld single pawn start from that perspective of the pawn. Yeah, sand. I mean, I could put down sand. I was thinking more like if there's any type of, you know, cobblestone or whatever, but I'm thinking if this is like real life, the cobblestone is actually not a minor undertaking, unfortunately. You'd need the stone, gravel, potentially sand to pack in between. And it seems that there's a pulverizer we would get that's a way of taking the stone and smashing into what's effectively like a bit bigger than gravel and all that. But our food situation is improving a lot. Like, I've got enough food without any new sources for a couple of days. We're about to start getting our berries in, and that should give me enough food for a good while. We've got all the clay stuff put together for once we figure out our metal situation. Like, I've got the stuff that I just need to toss the metal in it. All right. It is interesting with needing all these individual different things. A lot of stuff that the Minecraft equivalent should never care about. It's like, oh wait, I actually could use that. Bunch of random bushes. Oh yeah, no, I need these. All right. Wonder how fast some of this grows back. All right. So we'll do here in a moment is about to get pretty close to a stack of this. We get the last of those molds made. I'm hoping we'll have enough spare material after that to make some tool racks. As I start making stuff like the hammer, I have to lug it around in my inventory or toss it in and out of a box constantly. I'm low-key hoping they do a thing where, like, if you've got the tool rack right next to what you're working on, you can just interact with it, just like snag the one tool and all that and put it back kind of thing. So that way when you're blacksmithing, you can just like grab the hammer, you know, smack the thing a couple of times, put the hammer right back. Alright. And if I'm trying to duck into these caves, it's mostly useless for me, unfortunately. Because, like, I can't mine any of the rock yet, so it's a whole thing. Alright. Oh, I still have 40 of these left. Toss that on there. Oh, that flour I don't care about. Grab the flour real fast. Just chuck it up here. Okay, so let's see here. So I've got more flint. We can chuck that on that shelf. Right now, I will keep the Koro. We've got the dried that. We got a bunch of these bushes. Get them all planted so they grow back. Establish tree cutting. I keep hoping those tree cuttings will grow new trees. I don't know if that's how that works. I mentioned you can graft, which is pretty slick, but I don't know how that works in the game. Okay, there's your stone. We can drop that off. I need to make more firewood, so you go grab you and this. Bad puppy. No. No. Okay. Come on, you can do it. Okay. Expand our building. What I do, I want to expand it so it also goes into the ground a ways. What are you? Aw. The wolf left me tribute. Wolf, you'll be permitted to live. Oh, never mind. You suck, Wolf. What you delivered me was disappointment. That's not what I was looking for. It's fine, I'll make the knife too. We can drop that there. Okay, so this one I need the shovel. Okay, we can grab the knife. And the shovel. Drop that off. Alright, but as you can see, I'm trying to make a, like, much bigger area over here. Then I'm going to kind of make, like, a cellar of sorts. Not a proper... I'm eating more than I should. Not like a proper cellar, like the game actually mentions that cellar is a mechanic in the game. Like, make an underground area to preserve food longer. I'll make one of those, too, eventually. But just to kind of sink the bottom area in for the workshop, just because, I don't know, aesthetically I like the idea of the workshop being a little ways underground. go another tile deeper. I'm genuinely expecting to hit stone soon. And then with that, you know, I'll need to have some kind of setup here. There it is. They're going all the way down to the stone layer. I'm not able to mine through it yet, which is totally fine. Sir? That's breaking and then entering. Drop that off. I see the game and decided to try this one out. Yeah. Well, it's been on the radar for a while. But I've been kind of like juggling, trying to be like, what do I want to play like right now? Because while there's a lot coming out as far as stuff that's like well aligned to the content on the channel, there's not been that much. And while I've been absolutely enjoying RimWorld, I want to do more than just RimWorld. Yeah, no, the game does mention it. For the record, like, don't give me tips or spoilers or anything like that. This isn't me being like, hey, how dare you? Like, I was aware of that one. Not that it's twice as long, that part I didn't know, but that it is stored longer. The game does pretty directly tell you that. Okay, so we've got that. Let's grab the roots over here. Chuck you on there. The game is early access? I thought it was fully released at this point. The version number's like 1 point something or other. Okay. So I don't want to mess with that in case it'll disrupt it. Alright. So I need to figure out what blocks I'm making these walls out of. Okay. So if we were to look at something like cobblestone. Obtained by breaking cobblestone. Is there just a thing for wall? Totally not you looking it up on the prices, all that. Age wall, green wall, blue wall. Let's see here. Wooden club, bed, trunk, table, fence. An entire army of ornate and fancy shields. Raft. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think, was cobblestone. So it says obtained by breaking an ingredient in another type of cobblestone. That's cobblestone slab. Okay. So I would need fire clay. And then a bunch of stone. Oh. Well, how do I get fire clay? We get fire clay by grabbing powdered calcined flint. Okay. And we get that by grinding flint. Calcinide flint chunk. Created by cooking, smelting, or roasting flint. But how do I grind? Yeah, no, I see it's any clay now. But, how do I grind? And don't answer that like I'm speaking out loud. Let's try going to grind. Grinding stone. Okay. A grinding stone is obtained by breaking a grinding stone. Alright. So we have our guides. We got napping, clay forming, meal thing, charcoal burning, farming, food preservation, panning for ore. Panning for ore. There's gold in their hills. Panning allows you to obtain small quantities of copper and few types of other nuggets, as well as other items. It is a useful way to obtain copper nuggets early game, if you're not finding any through exploring. All a player needs is a wooden pan, water to stand in, and either sand, gravel, or bony soil. Muddy gravel will not work. Okay, so wooden pan. So we need a log and a knife on the right. Okay, that's interesting. So there's the log. Sure. Let's science. So I need gravel and water. Okay, that was muddy gravel. Can't use that. It's very explicit that I cannot use muddy gravel. Okay, so just need to find gravel. That is not muddy gravel. So my assumption is just pick up a bunch of gravel, we bring it to the water, and then we just get to work. We got sand. I should avoid getting up into this area. Not gonna find what I'm looking for over here, I don't think. Yeah, so I'm not clear on, we'll figure it out in a minute, is if I dig up the gravel and then I expend the gravel in the pan while standing in water. That's I'm led to believe it is. Because it'd be weird for me to be standing on the gravel and have it work. It happened, it shouldn't have. Since you're in the middle of the move, you're not likely to get to play this much as you'd like. But it is what it is. Yeah, no, I know how that goes. There's definitely been a number of times over the years where it's like, you know, a game's kind of like, man, I just don't have the time. Like, I'm in the middle of exam week. you know, how dare they come up with this game, like, right as I should be studying for my exams, or doing a major project or whatever. Or, you know, you got a conference you gotta travel for, or whatever it is. Like, but I wanna play the game. It might be that what I need to do is I remember there was bauxite gravel, if I remember correctly. Hey, lead. Alright, let's set our map. And go here and say... boom. Lead. Keep hitting my shortcut key to switch between Kurdi and Dvorak on accident. Is it bad that my first instinct is going, wow, I can't see the ground really well. Maybe I should start a forest fire. I'm not aware if you could do that in the game, but it's definitely not the, probably not the best immediate brain response to be like, oh yeah, I can't see through this wooded area. Let's burn it all to the ground. That way I can find the bits of stone I'm looking for at the bottom. It seemed to only be way down here by these little pools. So to kill down and try it? I would if it wasn't a big hassle, and I don't think it would... Like, I don't think it'd be one of those things that endlessly spreads. Most of these games have a way of preventing that, because otherwise it's just one of those things that you start a fire, and then you're stuck with it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That actually used to be a big problem you'd run with Project Zomboid, is the fires in that game could spread real aggressively. So you'd have people would like start a fire so you know they could do a burn on the zombies or whatever, and then half the city would be gone by the time it got sorted out. Yeah, those are back to just being flint and all that. Okay, that's fine. Back to looking for the gravel. May have been just a couple of little pockets had some lead in it. Still, that is metal. And the more metal we get going... What are you? Oh, maple leaves. Okay. The more metal we get going, the closer we are to getting a pickaxe. And once we get a pickaxe, I should then be able to actually go and target metal. Oh, you can stack those. Interesting. I'm not going to take these bushes right now. I've got a ton of them. But we'll get there. Oh, that looks like it might be gravel over there. You remember that being a thing of controlling the potential ever-burning fires of the flash storms and the like? Oh, if you're talking about RimWorld, does RimWorld still have a mechanic where it'll start the rainstorm? Yes, but if you have a forced weather or something like that going on at the same time, you can't have the rainstorm show up while forced weather is taking into place. So, for example, you have the Noctil event, that's considered forced weather. It just won't rain until it's over. It can get you into a lot of trouble. There's the bauxite sand. We're looking for gravel, though. I even picked up gravel earlier. And I was like, oh, I don't need this right now. You look like gravel. Oh, you can pan sand? Did it mention that on there? I'm just curious if it mentioned it in the tutorial. Panning for ore. Nope, it did. It did mention sand. Alright, well, let's go over to the water.
Thank you MernusGamer88 for subscribing for 45 months. No spoilers. All I'll say is yes. Welcome.
Hey, Mr. Nights Gamer, how's it going? Good to see you. 45 stream streak. Been subbed to the last, down for the last 45 months, which is a heckin' long time. That's almost 4 years. So thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that stuff. But it's good to see you. I hope things have been good on your end of the world. Lots of puffball mushrooms.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And I'll get that in just a second. Are you carrots? Ah, wild daisies. Boo. Alright, so let's do our experiment. Okay. Oh, it's click, click, not hold. Ah, I see. I'm okay with that, it's just getting confused. Oh, we're getting bauxite stone, and I'm out of inventory space. Alright, let's grab you for a second. Put you on the bar. I'm gonna... Okay, so we got some of that. Ah, I forgot to empty my inventory, that's the issue. I do see that we got something out here. Okay. Blue clay. That is not what I was expecting to find. Let's see. Copper nugget. Alright, so we're just going to pan for this. I think we actually need something like 20 nuggets for an ingot or something like that. It's quite a bit. It looks like we are getting it. It is an interesting mechanic. Use the panning for it versus just, you know, stumbling around hoping to find the loose stones. Needless to say, it's going to take us a minute to get what we're looking for. But at least it's something I can just sit here and work on. I also appreciate that the pan doesn't appear to wear out. Because it wasn't like it's resource intensive or anything. But it would be a thing that, you know, you'd end up working on kind of deal. And I'm pretty sure that's a chunk of quartz to my right by the hoe I decide to chuck on the ground because my inventory is full. My thought is we're going to slowly end up eating those, the roots I cooked, and that should open up another inventory spot. And I keep seeing my inventory jiggle, so we're getting something out of this like almost every other time we're panning. Oh no, I have clear quartz in here already. There's the blue clay. Is there more stuff down here? And you won't tell me what that is. That makes me curious. If you have like a desert tile, you could potentially pull up a lot of stuff. Now granted, I imagine it's the type of sand you're using is going to determine what's eligible to pop out of it. It'd be weird if that wasn't the case. Alright. Yeah, I'd also be curious to make all these bricks. Let's see what all's involved in a lot of this. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like the first thing. Up to 5 copper nuggets now. Yep, we're making progress. Slowly but surely. And I got a little bit of lead as well. Yeah, no, it was, I was checking to see, I can't remember what I was going to look up. There was something I was going to be looking up for the metal, and I noticed the panning thing. I was like, wait, panning? I completely forgot what I was even going to be looking up when I noticed the panning, because like, oh, panning. That's neat. And it just took me a while because I read gravel and was looking for gravel and ignored the fact that it said sand. It's one of the things when you're streaming and you're juggling like 30 thoughts. It's really easy to overlook stuff. So you'll have a thing that'll be like, push the blue button in the bottom right, and you're like, man, I really wish it told me what to push. It'd be really helpful if I knew what it says, like, you know, blue button in the bottom right, pointing arrow just blinking down there. Like, the worst one, and it's when, like, there's an obvious call, like an arrow just, like, bouncing on it, and just, because you're juggling chat over here in the activity feed, and, you know, making sure all, like, the numbers, like, your connection's all good, and all that, and you're not dropping frames or whatever, that you just, big green blinking arrow in the corner just screaming for your attention, completely ignored. As a viewer, it's one of those things that does make you tear your head out. It's right there. Oh, that's one of the reasons people are like, why don't you play this insert name of puzzle games? I'm like, can't do it, man. It is so hard to stream a puzzle game. Like, there's some, like, blueprints that get to be a lot more interesting in that regards. But a lot of puzzle games, like, just as a streamer, because you're kind of juggling 30 things the whole time it's going on, that it's so hard to, like, so easy to miss details. And with a lot of puzzle games, you have to have, like, really close attention to details. Why don't you play a puzzle game? Sir, that's bait. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not bad if it's one that's like a puzzle game like Portal, because that's a lot more... That doesn't require nearly as close of attention to detail as a lot of the other ones. It's more just like, okay, I can see like the 10 things that are in play. Now, how do I interact with these things to accomplish my task? Versus like when you're playing a lot more open-ended puzzle game, you're doing like your old click adventures and those kind of things, where it's like figure out the code using the different rooms. Those ones are just really rough to stream. You can't handle the pressure of being live and brain to brain. Well, yeah, no, the thing is you'll end up having a lot of people in chat will notice it, and it'd be really rough. You don't know what brought you to Vintage Story, but welcome to a strangely blissful hell. It's been a game that's been requested a number of times on the channel, especially since Killerdrix plays it a whole lot and we share a lot of audience. And it's one I've always had my eye on as being like, oh, that'd be fun to check out sometime. But like that sometime never happened. But right now I'm kind of at a weird place in the channel where like RimWorld's doing really good and we're going to do more RimWorld, so don't worry about that. But as far as like games that have come out recently, there's been a lot of good games that have come out recently, but games that came out recently that are streamable. We were literally just talking about puzzle games and how they're really hard to stream. But, one streamable, but also two, that genre-wise and all that, they're aligned with the kind of content I do. There's just not been much. Like, there was the update to 2 Point Museum, that was solid, but it felt like it's one of those ones like Tycoon games like that, it's really hard to have that interest come back, like, after the initial release. Okay, what do we pick up? Is it just a different quartz? Quartz chunk, clear quartz. Okay, so different kinds of quartz. Cool, good to know. Yeah, it's been a great journey watching Killa play it. Yeah. I've only caught bits of it, because usually I only get to catch up like maybe an hour or so of Kildrick's stream before I gotta deal with stuff for my own stream. It is nice, like, other than my days off. My days off I can sit down and just binge, and that usually happens. But my days off, mostly he's been playing RimWorld. It just so happens the days he's been playing Vintage Stories are days I only get to check an hour or two. And usually I'm kind of only half watching because I want to play it as well. So, like I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if he's still hanging around or not. Like I mentioned earlier, when I've watched him play, the only two things I've seen is, one, him in the basement of his base just crafting and not really knowing what's going on, or him being utterly murdered by all the things attacking him nearby. Well, I shouldn't say murdered. Him being in a desperate fight with all the things attacking nearby is pretty much the only things I've seen him do in the game. And I know he's made incredible progress just from what we're seeing and how slow it takes to do anything. That he's got a base built and everything. It's like, this isn't me poo-pooing it or anything. It's just the nature of the game. The game does seem like it causes you a bunch of grief. Alright, like I said, I think it said 20 copper was an ingot, or 20 ore was an ingot. So I'm going to get my 20. I've already got my crucibles and my ingot stuff made, and the anvil mold, which I'm not expecting that we're going to be making an anvil out of copper. That sounds terrible, but we'll see when we get there. The entire beach. We're just annihilating it one pan of sand at a time. Okay. This definitely feels like the kind of game that you can utterly annihilate the environment over time. Yeah, it looks like there's something here. Oh, zinc. Okay. I was like, spherolite? I was like, the heck is a spherolite? Honestly, I can get dried grass relatively easy. I'm gonna chuck that on the ground. I'm glad the enemies have been kind of just ignoring me tonight and just let me just chill. They respect the hustle. They're like, man, dude's out here panning the whole beach. Just the whole beach. Let's let him have this one. You haven't seen this game played before? Yeah, no, it's pretty fun. So, like, aesthetically, it reminds you of Minecraft, so understandably people make that comparison. I would say it actually doesn't have much in relation to Minecraft other than the aesthetics. It's like Minecraft with a texture pack, and that it is technically a survival crafter, where this one is very, very survival crafter, whereas Minecraft, calling it a survival crafter is technically right, but I would argue Minecraft is more computer Legos. Like, don't get me wrong, you've got survival mechanics, and there's the end, you know, Ender Dragon and all that kind of garbage. Like, there's combat and everything there. There are survival mechanics. I'm trying not to say there's not. But very, very genuinely, a lot of Minecraft has been around, like, the things you can make in it as, like, kind of one of the primary draws. This game is based on a Minecraft mod called Terra Firma Punk, plus a completely new set of hostels. Yeah, no, that was what we were talking about is, like, apparently way back, this is originally a Minecraft mod, and yeah, Terra Firma. And then what ended up happening is the people making the mod felt modding a game versus building their own, like, being a mod to a game, you're kind of beholden by what the game was doing. It was very limiting. So they made it like, they re-implemented a lot of the core mechanics and everything of Minecraft and everything, and made it its own standalone thing, which I think is a good idea. If you're gonna be doing something of scale, you don't want to be a mod on an existing game if you can help it. Not unless you're really, really, really intending on keeping that game's mechanics as your core and just expanding on it. But a game like this, where they're kind of doing a massive overhaul of the game, you would genuinely really want to, you know, at least branch off so you can go your own direction with it. Especially when you consider the scale of some of the stuff happening, is when you're a mod on a game, you usually are going to have a lot more difficulty having good performance. For a direct quote, Minecraft has too many limitations. Yes. Good to see this game inheriting those cursed Minecraft water physics. When you remove the block of the edge of the what area. Yeah, no, it's funny that, like, the deliberate decision to keep some of those things. Oh, we found a spearhead just in the water. That's kind of cool. But it's one of those things that when you have an existing game and your mod is, like, ultimately when you mod, your mod sits on top of the game code. Like, it can poke holes down to the stuff in the game code, but it's sitting on top of the game code. So ultimately, if there's something the game does, you're like, well, I want to change the way this works. unless you're deliberately like disabling calculations or finding ways to work around them, like you're getting into effectively replacing the functionality with your own, which a lot of modding stuff won't let you do without, you know, breaking whatever your modding agreements are. No, it's not the way it works. Basically, if they have a modding framework, usually you have to not use the modding framework and just kind of replace their code. But outside that kind of stuff, which when you do replace their code like that, is usually the mods that break and almost are never fixed, because when changes that underlying code happen, it breaks literally everything. But outside of that set, you're always living on top of the existing code, and that does mean usually most of the time you're going to have worse performance than the base game, just by the nature of how it all works. Now, on the other hand, when you break away, then you make your own standalone game, you'll say like, hey, I want to change the pathing logic. Instead of letting the existing pathing logic run and having some kind of override where you go in and do that, you can instead just be like, no, I am just getting rid of your pathing logic and using my own. Army lets you do some wild things, but yeah, you're also mucking around in some of the fundamentals, in C# anyways. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this game is also C#. When I went to install it, it was like, hey, you know, make sure you've got .NET 8 installed, which is pretty awesome, because one thing you find that's pretty common in games is they will start developing the game, and they'll have like your Unity whatever version, your .NET whatever version, like, and Unity be the game engine, whereas .NET would be a framework. And so when you get into it, like, usually they'll be like, I'm making this game, it is in .NET 4.5 or whatever. And it will forever be on that version. And so as, you know, vulnerabilities are discovered and they make, you know, they make the garbage collection faster and all the other things they do for maintenance stuff and making it better, you miss out on it because you're on version 4.5, so if they go 8, 9, 10 or whatever, any improvements they made over the years, you just don't get them. And that's very, very common in game dev, that you'll target a version, and then unless you're looking at, you are now going from like Terraria to like another Terraria coming out. Sorry, I opened that one for everyone who's actually hoping for Terraria 2. But, you know, like Stardew Valley 2, like a new Stardew Valley 2 comes out, they would potentially target whatever the newer version is. I know I'm at 20. I'm going to go ahead and pick up these last two so I don't have like this half-finished block. Okay. Alright, and with that, home is this way. But yeah, so it won't be till like you get a sequel or something that someone finally comes back around and is like, alright, well let's get it updated to the new framework. And there's good reasons for that, to be clear. This isn't just, oh, dev's lazy, whatever. Like, there's good reasons. You are going to potentially open yourself up to introducing new bugs and that kind of stuff. But the point was that the fact this game has been out for a while, and then when you boot up, you're like, oh, you want one of the most recent versions of the tech you're on? Okay, that tells me that they don't just sit there and stay on the version, that they actually take the time to periodically go through and be like, alright, let's get it on the latest version, let's do our maintenance, let's make it better, all that kind of stuff. And honestly, that really does kind of make me go, oh, hey, they're on top of it. Ooh, we got spelt. What's not staying with us? The clear quartz. We got quartz chunk. So they seem to do basically the same thing, other than I can pulverize the quartz chunk. Oh man, I really need to drop stuff off. Yo, flint knife, do we have any really crappy stuff here? Yeah, we got a really crappy axe. Get in the water. Alright. I honestly never thought about that, but it'd be weird in an Enterprise world if we didn't update your libraries over time. So you don't know why it doesn't occur for you in games. Usually, well, one of the things to keep in mind, first of all, is most games, and there's a lot of exceptions to this, most games, people don't learn to program, then decide to make a game. They decide to make a game, and then they learn to program. And instead of being, like, really committed to just trying to learn programming to be the best they can at programming or whatever, most of the time, they program as much as they need to accomplish their goal. And this is an oversimplification. There's lots and lots of exceptions and all that. Like, the devs behind Factorio really know their craft and that kind of stuff. But, because of that, like, you're not passionate about the software development part of it. You're passionate about the game dev part of it. So, the software development is an means to an end. Games are the epitome of good enough. Yes. Okay, and let's quickly pull up our map. Guys, I'm going to go here. Blue clay. Kind of weird kids start programming young and told other kids they didn't actually want to make game. I was a weird kid and started programming young and told other kids they didn't actually want to make games. Oh, because they wanted the game dev idea side of things, but then they didn't want to do kind of the work. Because that is a notorious thing, not only game dev, just software dev in general. Okay, just loose vent. They'll have people like, I've got this $1 million idea. And like, I want to go and get this done, all that. And they'll try and rope you in and be like, hey, you know, well, let's get into this and you can develop it and we'll sell it. And then, you know, like, you can get equity and all that. And so, you know, as the product takes off, you can get rich. And it's like, so, all right, let me actually clarify what you're saying. Do all the work, and I'll split the money with you. Cool. And then you have to get to the whole conversations where it's like, yeah, ideas are cheap. There's $1 million idea figured out every year, of which like maybe 5 get actually done. That's because ideas are cheap. Good ideas are even cheap. They're everywhere. It's the execution that's where the money's at. That's what takes $1 million idea and makes it $1 million versus, you know, the potential to be a bunch of money. Okay, one more. So you are spelt. Okay. I used to have that conversation, I couldn't tell you how many times. Like, especially where I was located at, there was an area I was located, that's the way I'll phrase it. There was an area I was located at for a while that was having a bit of, like, a tech startup, you know, blowout, lots of, like, really, really big push towards entrepreneurship and all that, and I think that part's good, that part's fine. But everyone was like thinking they had the next $1 million idea that's going to revolutionize whatever it was they were getting into. Ah! Bear out of nowhere, man. Yeah, just suddenly bear. Some of these animals will straight up just pop out of nowhere. And without the armor, that bear like two-shots you. Yeah, see, the bear hit me for about 2/3 my health. Stealth bears are no good. Trying to use terrain against it as best I can. Okay, there's the bear again. And there was another bear I saw over there. But yeah, Dust off Ninja Store, I blame you and Killa. You're welcome. Okay. So, what I wanted to do is grab my cooking pot. That's fine. Cool. We're making super hearty soup. Bear can't break the door. I haven't seen anything able to break the doors yet. Sooner or later, I'm going to get a rude awakening when it happens. But so far, no concern there. So we got blue clay. Drop the blue clay off here. You can go over here, drop you off there, drop the flint off here. And you're still cooking. We have our wonderful soup I made earlier. It's just minus 74 hit points if I drink it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Got the thing for the ingots. Oh, right, and I needed boom, 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 boom. I can't remember if it was here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you make one soup. Oh, I guess I need to keep you here. I don't know how this works. All right, give me the wood back so we don't waste the wood. I don't want to eat the whole soup. There we go. Okay. So we got more of this. You're still cooling off there. Okay, so we got that. Now the next question that I have no idea how it works is I've got the crucible. Okay, so that guess is wrong. All right, let's take a look at what it says in the UI. Okay, so we have metalworking, smelting. Okay, to acquire your first metal tools, you're going to need to smelt copper and later on bronze. You will need charcoal, clay, copper nuggets, and a pair of tongs. Craft a crucible through clay forming, we already got it, and fire in a pit kiln, then acquire charcoal through the process of charcoal burning. Before you begin, also prepare and fire one of the more tool molds. You might want to start out with a pickaxe and a hammer mold. Also, don't forget a pair of tongs, and hold them in your hand and handle the scorching hot metal. Once prepared, place the crucible in the fire pit. Then place the nuggets at the crucible slots and heat the charcoal. Gotcha. So I need charcoal. Okay, so we have not made charcoal yet. Charcoal burning. Charcoal is the first source of fuel used to achieve temperatures high enough to smelt ores. Charcoal requires a lot of firewood to produce and might require you to chop down a forest or two. Once you've gathered enough firewood, dig a pit. Your charcoal pit can be any dimension up to 11 by 11 blocks, though 2 by 2 would be fine to start with. And it should be made entirely airtight. Non-combustible blocks. Fill the pit completely with stacks of firewood and make sure you leave no empty blocks. Any air pockets will light on fire and your firewood will burn to ash. Cover the filled pit completely with non-combustible blocks, but leave on top a single stack of firewood exposed to air. Using dried grass and 4 or more firewood, build a fire pit on top. I see. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing a hell of a lot of wood and then taking an axe Okay. This is going to be a lot of wood burning. They weren't joking when they're like, this is going to be a lot. It's fine, I'll come back for you. Okay. Okay, I'll grab the next one. Okay, so it looks solid there. So then we would stack the next one up here. It wants me to have it be airtight. So I can go ahead and go plunk, plunk, plunk. Alright, so I've got that. I didn't realize this was going to be this involved of a process, but I'm on board. Okay. So and do this. Get the fire going here. Oh, the rain's gonna just put it back out. I'll have to wait till the rain's done. Drop those off. Right now I can drop all this off in here, and you, and you. I've got the tongs. Oh, let's grab that. I'll drop you in here too. And you. Alright, was it this that was a tool rack? Maybe it was like that? Cool. Alright, meanwhile, we did get rid of all of our loose grass when we were grabbing the ore. Let's restock that while we're waiting. Oh, I think this is supposed to be hail. You know, I think it's hail. I'm trying to remember what even got us working on this. We were trying to get towards being able to make cobblestone because we wanted to expand the building. Yeah, it's probably different sizes. Charcoal a little bit more after that? Yeah, we can check that here in a minute. Yeah, right now I'm basically just trying to get a full stack of dried grass. More than I meant to. Alright, so let's check on the charcoal burning. Okay. So we do the fire put. Let's see. Covered up with salt. Let's see. Using dried grass and 4 wood, build a fire pit on top of the exposed stack of firewood and light the fire pit. Quickly, you have about 30 in-game minutes to cover it up with a solid block to seal the pit. If the pit begins smoking peacefully, you will be rewarded with charcoal in less than an in-game day. If you hear burning sounds, you should open up the pit quickly and extinguish the fire. You must have missed a spot or built a wall out of something that will burn. Hey, Aaron Burnser, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Once you have the materials to craft them, a kiln door and an iron trapdoor can work as a solid wall when closed, allowing you to build a more permanent charcoal burning structure for easy access. Just remember to build it out of something that won't burn down. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Let's go ahead and get you a shout out. Aaron Burnser. Playing some Project Zomboid. Excellent. Okay, so I gotta think about what's going on with this. Leave on top a single stack of firewood exposed to the air, using dried grass, and build a fire pit on top of the exposed stack of firewood and light up the fire pit. Quickly, you have 30 in-game. Yeah, so exposed stack and light up the fire pit. Quickly have that to cover it up with solid blocks to seal the pit. If the pit begins to burn slowly, smoking peacefully. Alright, so the thing that I'm going to have to experiment with, I'm not clear on. Okay. And don't spoil this for me, because we're gonna science this, but I'm expecting not so great results. Because we're learning. So you're good for 1 day, you're good for 6 days, so eat these. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking I need to do. It's still raining. I'm thinking what I need to do is actually take this one tile higher. And that we're going to be putting dirt like that. That's my guess of how this works. And don't correct me if I'm wrong, because that's called content. Are you... I think it's working. It's peacefully smoking. I don't hear fire. I think we're good. Yeah, so I had to make a bunch of charcoal. We are going to need to make a really big charcoal pit later. I'm also going to have to demolish a local ecosystem. Well, while we're waiting for that to do its thing, I think nature needs to be put back in its place a little bit. Minecraft for adults. So aesthetically, it looks like Minecraft. It's also technically a survival craft and all that. But yeah, I know it's got an incredible amount of depth to it. It's very, very focused on the survival side of things. There is also an entirely different set of enemies that's kind of like very eldritch kind of nonsense going on. But yeah, it's apparently been out for a while. Like I think it came out 2 years ago. But it's really solid. It's a slow burn kind of game, but it's been a lot of fun so far. Yeah, I know everyone's mentioning that started as a Minecraft mod and then kind of became its own thing. From the devs for the mod, that they were basically like being a mod for Minecraft was too limiting. Was kind of their verbiage of what they were saying is that they made it standalone because trying to just keep it as part of Minecraft got in the way. Which isn't at all surprising. Like, that's not a comment on Minecraft, but anytime you're a mod of a game, while you can certainly change the game's behavior, a lot of times you're fighting with the game you're modding as you are, like, actually doing your own thing. Yeah, and you have to update your mod every time the game updates. Yep. And if the game changes systems into a direction that you didn't want, you've got to kind of reverse engineer that stuff so you can kind of rip out the changes for the purpose of your mods. I am really looking forward to getting our metal tools. We're almost there. I should just be getting the charcoal, and then once we get the charcoal, I already got the ore in the crucible, and then we can just dump, like, you put the ore in the crucible, put it on the fire. When it turns to liquid, we put her in the ingot thing. We get our tongs, and, you know, get the ingot out of there. Or actually, we probably don't even go for the ingot. We probably, like, literally just dump it directly into the relevant tool. So you get, like, the pickaxe, the hammer, that kind of stuff. It's funny how people get upset when Bethesda patches their game now because of all the broken mods. Yep. I mean, to be fair, that happens with Project Zomboid and RimWorld as well. It updates and people are like, oh, it'll be a shame that I can't play the game anymore until, like, insert name of mod has been updated. Liquid metal into a pickaxe mold? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that'd be the idea, is you put into the pickaxe mold, and then you dump it out. Like, in real life, I'd need to sharpen up the pickaxe that comes out of the mold and everything. Well, the pickaxe head that comes out of the mold would need to be sharpened. Ingots are used for storage? Yeah. Or when you're like bulk producing the materials, then you're going to use it for different things. Okay, and this axe is about to be spent because genuinely I put like 4 stacks of wood down in that hole. The thing that's going to be curious to me is how I know when it's done. I'm assuming it'll stop smoking, is what I'm watching for. Okay, that's fine. Now I think we mold port. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, if you had something that you required larger than one crucible's worth, you'd require to be able to make a bunch of ingots at the same time. So like if you're doing some piece of like body armor or something, where it'd be, you know, like 4 or 5 ingots worth, you would need a way to be able to get a bunch of that in there at the same time. And I could see you needing to have the ingots as the middle step. Okay, they say they're lit, but sure don't look lit. That's a pretty annoying bug that your door just pops off. Like, not the end of the world, but it's like every other time you close your door, it just pops right up. Not a bug? Oh, it's just because it's a crude door? Okay. Man, some guys in your Rimworld map were attacked by a mad swan. You don't think too much of until the one guy died, and the swan ripped out both of his eyes and nearly destroyed his torso. Yeah, I mean, that's just a normal swan as far as I'm concerned. Thieves was never an option. Yep, that's... You know how swans. We got thatch. Ah, I've got rot. I was curious what happened. That was a, very early on, I got a huge hide. Because I found a dead bear. I just was nowhere near able to do something with it. I'm curious if there's a way to dump the soup out. Because I made this wonderful pot of cooked food. It is hefty deathcap fly agric stew with pink bonnet mushroom and earthball garnish. You know, if you've ever wanted every single poison mushroom I could find shoved into one meal, toss in the water. It's fine. I'll just toss in there. Not placing? Oh, you mean like this. Oh, that's good. Okay. Cool. For a moment I was like, oh, you just mean get rid of it, like, permanently. That's good, because that means I can make more soup later. I got my soup here, that's way better. And how are my grains going? We got a little bit of rye going here. We got spelt going. Yeah, so it's gently smoking still, so I'm going to assume everything's fine. Okay. So what did I need to remember for... Because we started this whole thing going for the cobblestone. I'm gonna spell it. Okay, so got cobblestone. So if we were looking at just regular old cobblestone, so I need clay. Oh, I see what you're talking about with the clay. Okay, so literally any clay I see. Okay, that's very doable. So what we can do here is I can go... Oh, I still have a bunch of tree in here. What I can do is I can look for where I've got that sitting there. And grab you. I need 3 of each. I'll need more reeds. So I can make better boxes. Or more boxes. Okay. But the point being, if I can ditch this wood somewhere, which is proving to be an issue because I keep getting more and more stuff piling up everywhere. Cool. Alright, Nitro, you have a good one as well. Okay, so what we're gonna go... I have a big old pile of dried grass. Okay, so I got some things I need to make. So we can go over here. Let's grab the flint. Close the door for a minute. Alright. So we had the axe. Make her axe real fast. I'll make a flint shovel. I just realized I got the thing for the ingots here. Can I? Can't put you up with the tool thing, can I? No. I'm gonna have to make more inventory spots. That's okay. I need a place to... That'll work. Drop the flint. We'll drop some of the grass in here. Actually, instead of the grass, drop the pan. Drop the grass and the sticks. Okay. We're about to hit sundown. Alright, so we'll do it in the morning. Yeah, it says you're lit, but I'm sure not seeing that. It's been raining constantly. But yeah, so with that, what I can do is I know there's a bunch of clay. I can remember where clay is, and I can start building this basement. Okay, are there tools I only want to keep here? I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, so you're established. You planted those, so I'm hoping those will grow into something. Yeah, all our berries are getting ready to be good. Have ourselves some soup. Pop over here. Drop those off. Alright, so we're gonna go sleep till it's morning. Cool. Okay. Oh, they flower in that time. Oh man, those take a while to give me food. Okay, that's fine. It's making progress. Alright, so with that, I do have marked on my map, over to the east, a whole lot of clay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to run over there. And I need more reeds for more baskets. We can grab more of this for food. So we're going to grab some cattails along the way, and then we're going to obliterate a whole lot of clay. I'll probably just go to the knife break since it doesn't have a whole lot of life left. And then we can check in to see how the charcoal's going. I'm assuming when it's done, it won't be smoking anymore. Because it'd be a bummer if it like takes 24 hours, we get to 23 and a half hours, and I pop the top and the whole thing catches fire because now I've exposed it to air and ruined the whole process. I can only imagine like where it can handle up to a 11 by 11 space of charcoal. That has got to be an absolutely absurd amount of wood. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's get over here. Because I need a whole lot of clay. We can use that to start making cobblestone so we can actually make some walls. Because genuinely, I feel like the cobblestone makes more sense than using the wood ones. Alright. Just gonna dig it all up. We're gonna treat it like it's Georgia, dig up the whole state, and then ship it to another state so we can fill in our swamp. Because that's what happens between Georgia and Florida. Is every time they want to build a new neighborhood in Florida, they ship down a ridiculous amount of clay from Georgia to, you know, build up the land. So somewhere a whole lot of Georgia is disappearing, and a whole lot of new areas are being filled in here in Florida. Alright. It's always wild to me, like, the logistics of behind moving something like dirt. Now, granted, clay is not quite dirt. But just being like, hey, I need to move an obnoxious amount of dirt from A to B. And that's a very limiting thing, because there's just no way to make it more efficient. You fill up the truck is full, that's just the way it is. It's not like you can exactly compress dirt to get a significant amount more dirt into something. Alright. Main cobble seller, strap in for a metric ton of rock collection. Yup. I'm kind of anticipating that. At the same time, we are getting the charcoal made. So it's kind of doing stuff asynchronous, that while the charcoal burns... Not burns, but smolders, I guess. While the charcoal's being processed. Just getting to work. It also seemed like the panning was an okay way of getting stone as well. Like, not great, but then I'm also kind of dual-purposing where I'm getting, you know... I'm getting some of the stone, I'm getting some of the metals, I'm getting some of the quartz for glass. So not as efficient on any of them, but a little bit of everything. Alright. Imagine when you start getting the really good metal tools, a lot of stuff just goes way faster. Alright, so pretty soon I'm gonna need to stop one way or the other. Like, I was gonna push till both shovels got broken, but I'm a little worried that I'm gonna make enough of this and I'm not gonna have a box to shove it in. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Or it won't. Either way. Because I figure if I take all this time to grab all of this here now, that's a later time I don't have to come back. At least not for a while. Okay. Considering I have my baskets, I'm already up to my third one. But the first and second one are full of just clay. Alright. Now there's a whole lot of clay we just got. So grabbing more reeds would be good if we get the chance, because that's basically what I'm making. Making our bag or boxes out of right now. I think you need more clay. I mean, I suspect eventually I will. For a little while I should be good, but I expect eventually I will. If it's anything, especially if you do like major projects, that's low-key where my brain is going with this. When I first got into Minecraft, way back when it was, you know, brand new and all that, like, I would do stuff like make underwater these glass, like, highway tunnel things, and they took forever to make. One of the first major projects is I went all the way down to bedrock, you know, went till I could get, like, a flat layer, and then built this giant, like, Roman Colosseum. And it wasn't in creative mode, it was all in survival, so it was, like, slowly getting all of the stone, you know, crafting it up, all that kind of garbage. And it would take forever. But, you know, I really enjoyed that gameplay. It was fun watching the project slowly come together. And then, you know, eventually I kind of burned out on it because I'd just done it so much. And that was before, like, the Ender Dragon. Like, I think Enderman hadn't even been added to the game yet. Alright. So let's go over here. You made giant obsidian castle. God, making and mining it took forever. Oh, yeah. No, it was like turning on a show and then just listening to the sound of things getting chopped. So I'm one read short of a second box, but that's okay. So with this, we'll grab this box here. And for right now, I was hoping I could like control click the whole thing in there. Yeah, even with that, I had enough, like I have a whole box that's just clay right now. Chuck you over there. I should probably burn that, shouldn't I? Okay. Yeah, I had a bunch of big projects like that. That's just kind of the way I did it. I'd get a project and I'd just work on it. And like with the Coliseum, I did the thing where there's a monster spawner and you use water to slowly push the monster. It'd fall in the middle of the thing. Granted, the monster nearly died from the fall damage. That wasn't intentional. It was about as close as I could get it. But it wasn't against it. Okay, it is no longer smoldering. Yeah, so my assumption is what it mentioned is you'd be able to get, like, a solid door to deal with this later, that I could, you know, close the metal door and just let the charcoal burn inside the metal room. You do not get a lot of charcoal doing this. May you suggest this use this specific tool? I'm assuming it would be probably the axe, honestly. Yeah, no, like clearly there's a tool that goes with this. Maybe the shovel. Yeah, I don't have a shovel right now because I just broke my shovel. I have to make new ones. I'm gonna have to figure out I'm gonna have to figure out an efficient way to get lots and lots and lots of wood. Okay. So chuck that there for right now. Chuck you there for right now. And how is this doing? Okay, so while that's going on there, we did grab a ton of clay. So I wanted to do, since I have a feeling I'm going to be going for a lot of box stone bricks. I'm going to grab that. Okay, and I believe the recipe for this was this. Cool. That was a lot of material for 18 blocks. But we're starting to work on our cellar. Okay. So you got a while yet till I can eat that. What I was sitting here trying to decide is, do I go and grab my pan and get panning for more metal, because I know I'm going to need more metal. Like, there's zero question about that. But I need more food before we do that. While we wait here, let me grab you. Shovel. The things I can work as one is start cutting down another forest for more charcoal. I don't know how far my charcoal will go. Say pickaxe and go to the copper mine next to you? Yeah. It's the juggle I'm dealing with right now is the food and all that, plus everything else. The classic, you got 10 things to do, and time to do 2 of them. Get to picking. I know I didn't use up all my sticks, right? Oh, here they are. Cool. And how are you doing? Because trying to keep fed. And granted, we're getting close to the point where we'll start having some of these coming in. That's a good question. Trickle's asking if anyone knows if there is a mod for Vintage Story to help with napping, because, you know, for people dealing with arthritis problems, which I could definitely see. I could also imagine that'd be a big one for the clay. I could see that being another one that same kind of issue. Called Napster? Of course it's called Napster. Alright. Like, makes sense. That is an appropriate name for it to be, but of course it's called Napster. Oh, can be planted again. Interesting. Huh. I'm also noticing this doesn't look like it goes bad, so it doesn't become an issue until then. Alright, so let's see what we can do here. So we need to go in here. I don't need the ingot stuff. Let's grab a crucible. Let's grab the copper. Grab the tongs. Oh, did you finish? I don't know that this is actually lit. I feel lied to. These should be done by now. Yeah, no, I believe you. Like, I'm not questioning it. It's like Napster. I'm like, of course it is. It's just an appropriate name for it. Okay, so got those all burning at full force again. Okay, so somewhere here, there's the prospecting pick. Pickaxe mold. Okay, so if I am understanding this correctly, what I will need to do is I will need to grab my charcoal, wherever I put that. So I'll need to go here, grab my charcoal, put the crucible here, drop in the ore. Oh, that'll create 110 units of copper. I see. And then from here, once we do that, I'm assuming we get the wooden tongs. Oh no, don't I need to put the mold here? No, I have no idea how this works. We'll figure it out. So you melt at 1,000 degrees. Do I put this on the ground? Okay, it is officially melting that. Maybe I need multiple crucibles. I have no idea how this works. We're figuring it out. Where did I put my crucibles? Can I put multiple of these here? I cannot. Stop doing that. How to pick up without burn? Oh, offhand is on the left? Oh. Contains molten copper. Okay. What other molds do I got while I've got this going on? Okay. It's not how you do this. Pickaxe mold has shattered. Okay, so that's not how you do that. It was like, rush me. I'll see you try and rush me. So then the question was the mistake watering it all or watering too much? I'm gonna say watering it all. We just need to let it cool off. Oh, I destroyed the pickaxe thing. Hold up. Put that all away. It's fine. It's just 900 degree copper being put in that box. It's fine. Okay. So I need to make a new mold because I destroyed the old one. I don't even remember. Oh, that's the shovel mold. Okay. Down for storage. Are you saying like to change my storage? Because honestly, I I need to change my storage. It's been a thing for a while. Why'd you play sad music? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yes, that's working on its thing. Hey, Rack, to store your molds. Not sure if you can make it yet. Oh, that actually... Alright, that's not gonna help. Also, there's something important about offhand items you feel compelled to hint at. I probably don't want to keep this thing equipped forever. I'm assuming there's a reason not to do it. So we've got scroll racks. Coat racks. Ruin protective suit racks. I'm assuming it's saying that's cooled off and it's no longer good or whatever. Alright, meanwhile, I need the pickaxe mold again. Because I may or may not have botched it. Okay. I find it good? I'm finding it pretty good. I definitely did not destroy my first pickaxe. Don't worry about it. I mean, I didn't destroy the pickaxe, I destroyed the pickaxe mold. Was there any other one? So we made the shovel, we got the watering can. We can make more of the... Well, the raw storage vase, it does hold a lot. Like a lot, and it does prevent stuff from perishing much quicker. I don't think I want to go and do all that right now, though, if I don't have to. Alright. But for the moment... Did we already finish all our food? Am I already that hungry again? Oh, no, we did. We stopped cooking. That's right. Because I just really wanted to get things moving. Destroying the first pickaxe mold is part of the initiation. It's all up from here. Yeah, it's just like, maybe I'll sprinkle a little water onto it. Shatter. It's like, alright, lesson learned. So I'm going to leave that one cooling off. This one's not good. It doesn't have enough copper in it. So the problem I have is I go away from here. I don't have enough food on me until that cooks. I don't think there's sand nearby. That's fine. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Yes, I'm in that thing where if I try to run off, I don't have enough food. I'll have to go searching for food, which will delay me. Like we got our stuff planted here. It's just taking time. We got some rye growing over here. Got some spelt growing over here. I got tons of berries growing around here. I'm also not sure. I would have expected those to be done a long time ago. Alright. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to start hacking away. Oh, I don't even have trees nearby anymore. I've cut them all down. Yeah, no, it said sand, gravel, and what else? Let's see. Sand, gravel, and bony soil. But you can't do wet gravel specifically. And I think the only thing we have really close that I've seen is wet gravel. Or muddy gravel, or whatever it's called. Yeah, so going into nighttime, so I think we're just stuck sticking around here. Okay, what do I need to make a less garbage door? We got kiln doors, we got iron doors, crude, ruined, sleek door, aged, solid door. Right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and I've been deliberately holding on to the grains. That way, when winter comes, those should last really well. We've got our smoldering hot copper in there, that's fine. Okay. Because I partly want to go out of my way to go back down to where I've got the box, because then I get box stones, and I can get the copper, and I can get other stuff I want. It takes so long to cook those. Is it just me and you? Alright. I need to get better weapons. Alright. Which is what we're working on. Okay, where was that flint? Okay. And get another spear made. Drop you off. Oh, I already have it on me. Cool. Have you been looting your kills? Mostly, yes. That particular one, I didn't. But yeah, no, we got the gear so I can put down the spawning spot already. I have made one flax twine, a little bit extra. All right. Okay, I'm finally moving this bed. Because every time waking up and mildly burning ourselves is not the play. You got 2 more things of that to go. Okay, nothing on that one. I was kind of hoping you get hurt from doing the fire. Looks like a very, very, very modded Minecraft. Yeah. From what everyone's been saying, it was originally based on, like, it was originally a Minecraft mod that they kept expanding to and, like, eventually remade outside of Minecraft because the Minecraft engine was just too limiting for it and all that. Alright, so with this... Oh, did you finally finish? It feels like these are bugged. These should have been done by now, right? Like, they only cook for 1 day. Like, we've done a ton of them. Alright, that's fine. Let's go ahead and run back down here. We're gonna start pulling up a bunch more box sand to try and get copper. Wake up, step in fire. Certainly way to start your day. I know, right? Everyone's like, oh man, it takes so much to get awake in the morning. I guarantee you, if you wake up and the first thing you do is you barefoot step on a active fire, being awake will not be a problem you have to worry about. All right. That's not the kind of sand I'm looking for. Is the main map base game? Yeah, I'm running no mods. It's just a setting you turn on an interface. Here we go. Gonna try and get ourselves some more copper. Get ourselves some more bricks. It's gonna take a long time to build that base. And for those who don't know, Belnar, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely recommend. Plays a whole variety of like indie games, all that kind of good stuff. Oh, is it already? Oh. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm gonna snooze these ads that are coming up. Because it's just like, oh, we got ads coming. Let me go ahead and snooze this. How long left do I have the stream? Oh, I'm already over my normal hours. I just got zoned into what was going on, trying to juggle this stuff. Man, this is a game I could see myself losing days off the side of, like, where I'm just trying to relax or whatever. You hope they add some sort of automation? I'm neither here nor there with the automation. Alright, let's run back here. Because we're going to need to be wrapping up relatively soon. But I've had a really good time with this. I'm now torn if tomorrow we jump back into our RimWorld run, or we just keep playing this for the moment. Well, back you followed everyone on your stream team. Was not disappointed. It's a good stream team. I might be ever so slightly entirely biased, but might just be the best stream team on Twitch. Just saying. Full disclosure, probably biased. Probably super biased. But I think they're great. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Everyone on your stream teams plays your sort of game? Yeah, no, there's a lot of similarity in the games playing. Like, there's a little bit of variance. Like, it's sort of like they kind of all circle around the same sorts of genre. Like, there's a lot of indie games that get played, and that kind of stuff. Like, pretty much everyone on the team has that. But you have a couple people who are a little bit more on the colony building side, a little bit more on the survival crafter side and all that. But yeah, there's very few who would not be at least somewhat the same thing. Alright, because I know if I start that project, I know how this works. I've played Factorio. If I start my next project, I'm not wrapping up stream for like another 3 hours, and then I will regret existence and have to cancel my next stream. So, we're not going to be doing that. What we are going to be doing is, I have absolutely enjoyed this. Maybe I put it as a poll on the Discord if tomorrow we do RimWorld or more Vintage Story, because I feel like I want to do both, and I want to figure out how to do a schedule where I'm split between the two games, because we got a RimWorld run that's pretty fun, where we're raiding, but I'm also enjoying this, and I gotta figure out when I put the balance there, because I need to do both of those. So I think it'll be something like 3 days one game, 2 days the other, and we'll figure it out. With that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find a way here back in the future, because that is kind of how Twitch works. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be abruptly ending for you because I don't have a host planned over on YouTube, so thank you for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can